had boarded your ship, Glorioso, and bid Captain Tillman to take you back to Lushingworth. Upon your arrival, which included a band on the dockside, much to the guards' dismay, you were quickly ensconced in a rather nice carriage and taken to the palace to meet with the Viscount. The Viscount kept true to his word, and having heard the tales of your adventures up in Evrevia, proceeded to make you all knights of the Duchy of Vebey, including granting you a title to the village of Swartfurt and all the requisite rents therein. There was then a nice little party full of noblemen. Several people were annoyed, but no violence broke out, nobody died. All in all, a rather dull affair. Night came, and the Viscount graciously let you sleep in the guest quarters. It is now the morning after. You have all had a successful long rest. What would you like to do?
Well,
Today, Swartfurt. Tomorrow, the world.
yeah.
I think we'll probably be swinging by a certain locale and speaking to a certain gnome with a certain disposition about certain informations.
I mean, it wasn't on the top of my list. I was going to get to it eventually.
Oh. Well, then at a certain time and we'll go to a certain place and do those certain things.
I was going to say, Friedman's not really a morning person. He's going to wake up and rent a wagon and carriage or whatever and go out to Swartfurt and meet the Mason teams out there. Or the, who would, I guess, they wouldn't have dedicated earthworks teams, would they?
Generally speaking, no.
It'd be the trade, yeah. So whoever's laying the foundation, the Masons.
And a couple of peasants if you levy them.
It would basically be one or two masons and then like a gaggle of peasants that are stuck on what is essentially ditch digging duty.
Yeah, so we'll meet up with some masons, get all that situated, and then go out there and well, actually no, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Need to meet up with an architect first. Can't very well build a building we don't know what it looks like.
All right, builders, wait here.
Yeah, exactly. Hires Mason's team. Oh, excuse me, I have to go get the blueprint made. Oh, you have to get a copy made. No, I haven't designed the building yet. What?
Don't worry. Catering's being done. You're being paid to wait.
I was gonna say, sit around and wait for guys to argue over a sheet of paper, and I get paid the whole time. Sign me up.
Oh, I miss those days.
Then we get back and we find out that half of them were abducted by like some local fey creature that they made a bet with. We have to go get them back.
I'm gonna say, well, we still have our survey already, so we don't need a survey done because we have the land layout and where we want the building based on certain geological features. So yeah, architect, get the building layout designed. That's gonna kind of be an all hands on deck though, because everybody's gonna have their own secret space.
I fucking love that.
Oh yeah, we decided Mister's going in the attic because he's a wizard technically. Because wizards live in towers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I can't deny it. I am a wizard.
Right, you can't fucking deny it.
I don't build him like a wizard, but he is actually a wizard.
No, he's
Doesn't
a
build him like a
scientist.
wizard has spellbook.
Since I know all 1st through 5th level spells, I mean,
Well, not all. There's some 4th and 5th you don't know. Most, yes, but not all.
no, I think I know all 4th, but not all 5th.
No, there's maybe. No, there's like 2 or 3 4th that you don't know.
Look, there's the spells that we know, the spells that we know that we don't know. But have we considered the spells that we don't know that we don't know?
The real trick
yeah,
is the spells you don't know that you
But
know.
if we're talking about the known and the unknown, then how
I
do
was
we
going to say,
know
that's
what
most of
spells we
Mr.
know?
Spellbook under. That's most of Mr. Spells.
Oh, the spells that he knows that he doesn't know that he knows.
He has the spells he doesn't know that he knows.
That's the problem with a wizard that forgets he has to read books.
Yeah, so I guess we'll meet up with an architect and figure out how we're going to do the 2 basement system.
Well, you start by digging a hole, and then next to it you dig another hole, and now you have 2
More on
basements.
The structural side, like the nuanced bullshittery stuff. Sit down with an architect, pay them for their time, and then get the
Say,
print
man,
over to the
holding
masons.
ground has peace on earth.
I mean, yeah, you guys can spend the day meeting with some highfalutin, like, nobleman-type architects. You know, the type of, like, royal engineers that design castles and palaces and fortifications.
Yes, excellent.
Highfalutin ones are my favorite.
Yeah, so are you guys looking to, like, make this, like, a full-on, like, castle, or is this more just, like, a fort? Like, do you plan to, like, make it, like, actually, like, nice to live in, or is it going to be, like, you know, a wall,
Yeah.
a keep, and then, like, some barracks, and that's it?
A villa. It's going to be more of a house design with a heavily fortified exterior.
We're building a brick shithouse. We are over
costs the most, you
engineering our
realize.
simple structure.
I was thinking more of like a house with the basements being a little bit more heavily fortified, because that's where we're going to have all of our stuff, like a vault.
Wait, are you thinking like along the lines of like a Mediterranean villa, which is a square with a hollowed out center?
Pretty much. You have your exterior wall, which is mostly decorative, but it is functional. And then you have your courtyards, and then you have your center structure, which has your living quarters and stuff in it. Which, yeah, we'd go on detail into, well, not into detail into that, but detailed and make it comfortable and living like a place you'd have guest overs and stuff like that. Not just a brick shit house.
Right, but is this, like, just a house with a curtain wall, or are we talking, like, a full-on, like, you could man the battlements type castle?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say we'd want defensible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, enough to resist a siege.
Or at
Okay.
the very least,
Not a
peasant
crazy
would.
powerful siege, but enough that if we had, you know, a large trope of bandits that were upset with us, we could withhold them. Like, I'm not looking at, like, military level siege, if you get
Well,
what I mean.
that is what I'm trying to get at is, you know, do you just want, like, essentially what is just a brick wall that's, like, 10 feet tall, topped with broken glass, that'll keep out pretty much anybody without dedicated siege equipment? Or do you actually want, like, a full-on castle, the walls can resist, like, direct fire from trebuchet and wizards?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want a castle? Yes.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You
I want a whole
it just affects how much money you would have to put towards this is all. And how long it takes.
Mm-hmm.
The drunken
mean,
master needs a
okay,
bar.
hey,
We,
hey,
we,
wait,
we
wait,
gotta
wait.
we gotta build for longevity here. After all, in
I know where we have
10 real life years, we might want this to be available as a adventure location.
Hey, I know where we have a keep we can start on.
Well, we have a location already picked out by Swartford. I mean, yeah, we could go to the keep where HK is that he owns, that he's locked
Free
away
his
in,
soul and then
where we don't know exactly where it is.
Didn't he also lose that?
No, he has all of that. It's part of his. He owns it.
he owns it.
But-
He just has his soul in
It's-
another place.
Yeah,
It's-
yeah, but didn't he
It's
get
the one
like
that's filled with monsters that we can claim.
Yeah, but didn't he get the card? It's like he gets the castle. Then he got the card where it's like he loses all of his wealth and personal belongings, and then he got the card
No, that was
fucking
Hayes.
banishes him.
Hayes
Oh,
lost
okay,
all
that
of
was
his wealth.
Hayes.
Yeah, HK didn't lose his wealth. HK just lost his soul, which then under jokingly said, "Oh well, we'll just stick both their souls in the in the keep. So if we ever wanted to go get them, they're there. That the keep full of monsters."
And we never did want to get them. Already?
Yeah. So what it comes down to is that your, small castle, effectively, on the edge of Swartford, would run. The architect, based on everything, it says that it's going to cost about 50,000 gold pieces and will take 400 days to build.
Okay.
Do we have that kind of money?
Yes. We just got all of our money back from the diamonds we shipped here. That was 50,000.
Yeah, we have the
Wait,
cash.
wait, wait. How much money do we have beyond that?
Another 25,000.
We're
Not including
hauling
all of the crap we have. Like that's not including all of the reasonably valuable shit we have.
Right. That's
just pocket money.
currency,
Yeah, that's just currency. We have
Yeah.
25,000.
not
gold
accounting for
pieces worth of-
assets.
Yeah.
Wait,
I mean
wait,
that's accounting for like diamonds and stuff, but I mean that's only probably about 5,000.
Under how does taxation work in this area?
So basically, this is a feudal system. So all of the peasants kind of owe their liege lord, which is now you, a proportion of their earnings and like their output, which you can effectively convert into gold, just through markets and the like. You effectively have control of a marketplace, so you can like take the taxes and immediately sell them. And there are traders that come through. You're not on a major trade route, but you are on a trade route that is frequented, and you're next to a major city, so it's not difficult to convert it. What this basically means is, without straining your populace, you probably earn in the vicinity of 10 to 15 gold a day worth of taxes being produced by the populace. This is net of the dues you owe back to the Viscount in Lushingworth, because he takes a portion of your tax revenue for his feudal stuff. Essentially, like peasants that are farming or have orchard will pay you guys rent on the land as well as a portion of their crops. Fishermen, you get like a portion of what they make from selling fish. Traders, you essentially collect like a sales tax type deal. And this nets out to about 12 to 15 gold a day.
How many people is in our little area?
Swartford. That is a good question. I had that written down at some point.
Population 130.
There you go.
130 men,
Yeah.
women, and children, various ages and races.
Mostly a mix of human elves and dwarves. A few halflings, no gnomes.
Well, we need to change that.
Well, I mean,
No, we
Yeah.
don't.
yeah, we need some more
Well,
diversity in here
we-
in our
we-
city because I need more different types of test subjects. We need more diversity.
Mister, we're not testing whatever kind of weird magic bullshit you're gonna do
You're
on our
not. Of
taxpayers.
course you're not. Of course you're not.
No,
I
no,
said
Mister.
we.
We don't do that with our taxpayers. You build an inn. You hire a
No.
innkeeper that's on your side.
No, we are not abducting travelers. We're not performing
No,
live
no, you don't abduct
experimentation
them
on
when
people.
they're in the inn. You just know that they went through recently and which way they're going.
Just
They don't make it to their next destination. That's on them for not being well equipped.
We are not violating guest right.
It would be violating guest rights. We would let them
Yes,
stay.
it
They'd stay.
would.
We'd make money off of them, and then they'd leave and never be heard from again after they left.
You know, I feel like Gilbert's telling me I should be doing something. Kill Mister. That's what this Ouija board is telling me. Gilbert's telling me I should kill Mister's character.
Why? I'm not doing anything wrong.
Hold on.
Is a mad scientist. That is what he does.
According to this, it says that you're evil.
I mean, what is evil really?
Last time you asked that question, somebody got smote.
I know. I'm doing it again. I mean, what? Stein is like, what is evil really?
An objectively measurable thing in this setting? Hell is real, and we can literally go there.
In fact, you have a scroll that takes you to a very specific spot of hell.
That's true. But the monsters that are in hell are not human.
You know what? You know what, Stein? Yeah, let's push that line of questioning. See where that ends up.
Okay.
Give me a second. I'm updating my list.
What list?
The
People you have to
list.
kill.
Oh, people you have to kill.
It's actually a really short list this campaign. I'm kind of surprised.
Well, I mean, you had my influence for that list, remember? So that affected a lot of who you wanted and who you didn't want to kill.
Oh no, not really. It's more that we've actually been really good about smiting the bad guys this time around.
That too.
So there's not a lot of them.
We haven't done anything remotely evil yet.
It's remarkable, and I intend to keep it that way.
I mean, you did make me a mad scientist.
I didn't make you anything.
Experimenting with chemicals and shit.
I didn't make you
A
anything.
village full of people. I mean,
I didn't do any of that.
I mean, he works with you. You work. You know, he's in the group too. So you know, I mean, he is the group scientist. You know, so he's gonna continue to be a scientist.
So what you're saying is a evil scientist in the group will always be an evil scientist in the group.
He's not evil. You're basing your concept on a god. Stein doesn't believe in a god, so he can't. He's following his own moral code, so therefore he can't be evil.
Heresy.
Underdark. When he gets to be about 60 feet away, I'm subtle spelling disintegrate. I'm just kidding. Alrighty. So now that we've put down the idea of kidnapping people on the roads or testing weird magical nonsense on our taxpayers or other kinds of nefarious, ill-mannered, disreputable, and vile acts. What are we doing?
Well, we have to, I suppose, talk to some carpenters real quick about throwing a inn and then finding somebody to man it for us. Good source of information.
Well, we'd want to put that in the
No,
town itself.
The town,
Yeah.
yeah, probably.
yeah, in the town,
Yeah,
not in the manor.
yeah.
Stein would probably set up a doctor's office there.
A doctor's office.
Well, he's the only one who knows anything about medicine in the group.
What's your mod?
Huh?
What's your medicine mod?
+6.
+8.
Well, but you're a paladin. You're not a healer.
He's a cleric.
Oh,
He's very much a
yes,
healer.
yes, mister. I'm a paladin. That's why I have access to chain lightning.
Oh yeah, you're a cleric. That's right. You're a cleric sorcerer. So well, you're more sorcerer than anything.
Hey, Under. Apparently, I'm a paladin too.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll just add that to my my character sheet. Hey, mister, how many levels of paladin am I?
I don't know.
You don't know? It's your character.
I don't know. It's his, not my character. It's his.
I know. That's what I was
How many
saying.
levels of whatever he is.
All right.
Yeah, but
Unknown
Stein is gonna
levels
do
of
that
paladin.
because these people they put their faith in us. They gotta come to understand that they can trust us to rule them nobly and honorably and shit. You gotta get on your side.
You know, when you say that, you can at least pretend I'm not holding a gun to your head.
I'm not. Them liking us is very good for multiple reasons.
All right. Let's get let's get back on it.
I mean, there is like a single tavern near the center of the village where basically like after the day's work, that's where most of the local populace hangs out. It's not really an inn. They don't really rent. They don't really have like rooms for rent. It's basically just a bar.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to build an inn. Is there room around? I mean, we've been there. Is there room around that tavern that there could be an inn put up with it, or would it be built separate?
I mean, that depends on how you feel about eminent domain.
I mean, could we just buy out the bar and put a motel on it?
So, yes, you could just seize the land and turn it into whatever you want. You have to remember, you guys own it already. They're your subjects.
Yeah,
they owe you fealty.
We can just do what we want to do and like say, hey, we're doing this now, and they're going to be like,
Well,
okay, cool.
Yeah, what we'll do.
Well, hold on.
To his tavern, and we'll build a motel, an inn on the back.
How successful would having an inn here be? Like, what's the usual I don't know, what's the flow of traffic through here? It is a secondary route.
Right. Mostly what comes through Swartfurt is that there's several villages to the east of you. Oxengard, Emberath, and Ironrath. And during like the fall, there's a fairly large, healthy train of people bringing in like the harvest and whatnot and taking it to Lushingworth. Lushingworth is the actual main commercial center of this area, of this region. And while each individual village does kind of have somewhat of a marketplace, it's pretty seasonal. So, in the fall, it would do fairly well. In the winter, it's going to be dead. In the spring, you might have some stuff flowing from Lushingworth back, traveling merchants and the like selling stuff at the beginning of the planting season type thing, but it's only going to be a moderate amount. The summer is probably going to be similar to winter. There's really just not a lot of activity. There isn't a lot of stuff to drive that activity in the region. So you could build an inn, and maybe about half the year, it's going to have people in it sufficient to warrant, like it'll cover its own expenses. But the rest of the year, you're basically paying to maintain an inn that's going to be empty most of the time.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't account for what you guys do in Swartfort that may cause people to start coming to it.
Yeah. Okay. That was my suggestion. We could just go on our name, as adventurers and the things we've done. I'm sure we could convince what's Pete's character, the barbarian, to sit in the tavern and drink and tell stories, or something like that.
We're going to use that to drive business for a whole how many months are in a year?
Yeah.
Well,
Eight,
I
I
mean, if we do things of note, tourism is a thing. People will want to come and see the brave adventurers. We could sell memorabilia and, shit like that.
Buy a
Yes.
commemorative rock.
The merchantilization of our campaign. That's how we're gonna make our money.
Yep, you're going to start selling plates with your face on them.
I mean, hey, look, I'm just saying.
No, I love the idea, but you have to think about the time period. I mean, I guess Hercules got away with it.
I mean,
That was a Disney film, but it wasn't very good.
What do they have? What is the level of technology?
High medieval.
It's basically high medieval. If you guys were to really advertise your presence, if you were to take your group of knighthoods and kind of establish yourselves as an actual knightly order that you would have to come up with a name for, you would probably then be able to drive traffic to Swartfort. But they would generally take the form of two types of people. You're going to have the kind of people who would be looking to join your knightly order. So you'd have kind of your supplicants. They're probably going to be ill-trained, somewhat young and inexperienced. But they're basically the kind of people that will, you point and they'll go. The other kind of people you're likely to attract are going to be more mercenaries type deal. More experienced, a bit better. But they're very much going to be in the realm of, they're going to be scoping you out to see if this is something they could take over. Or they're assuming that you're attracting trouble of some kind that they'll be able to get paid to deal with. Typical adventurer type stuff.
Okay. We could set up fighting arenas and shit.
Well, then there's the third type of people that might actually come to hire us.
Yeah, but they're going to be pretty few and far between. Generally speaking, you're not going to be able to maintain an inn just on people coming in who want to hire you for things.
Mm-hmm.
Is what I'm getting at. I'm talking about people on a scale that would actually warrant an inn, and not just you putting them in a guest room for a few days.
Sounds good though. If we can make it into a nightly order and train people, that would, yeah.
Yeah, the establishment of a knightly order on the other side of Lushingworth. Lushingworth, really seems like it probably could use another at least 2 knightly orders to help keep the changelings and other cults out of it. But yeah, establishment of a
Have a barrack system built and train troops. And
Actually, here's a question. So we'd be pretty well in the territory of that other. Is the other fortification
That's a day
there
in the
a
other
knightly order?
direction.
Yeah. Are they also a knightly order?
Sort of. They're not. So the Fortress of Goudrath isn't really a knightly order so much as a essentially a standing army. They're basically under more direct royal control from the Duchess.
I've gotcha. Okay, yeah. So establishment of a knightly order sounds pretty reasonable. The inn doesn't seem like it's going to be feasible.
It's feasible.
Well,
it's just not economical.
It's
You'll
not
be
gonna
paying to
profitable.
keep it open.
It's still going to
That's-
be a good
yes.
idea.
mm,
I mean, we're not looking to make millions of dollars off of an inn. The inn is meant to pull in bits and pieces of traffic that'll either give us, easy marks, people we can hire, sources of information. Like an inn is not just a income or not income solution, situation.
Generally
There's
speaking,
a rumor
in
and
this
everything,
time
yeah.
period, inns didn't really drive traffic. Inns are either a response to traffic, someone thought they could set it up and make a buck, or they were set up in locations like Swartford by the liege lord, not because he wants people to stay there, but because the alternative is people will typically just set up camp somewhere outside of town or near the road. And they are trying to centralize and control traffic more. The inn won't drive traffic, but it will let you centralize it in a known area that you can build infrastructure around.
We can
Yeah.
patrol the outer areas. We can have some of the troops for training patrol the outer areas and see if anybody sets up camp. Remind them, and they can stay in the inn.
No.
I am the Flaming Fist.
Can somebody remind me what is actually happening?
We're back in Lushingworth, and we're
Okay.
deciding what we want to do with Swartford. Well,
Okay.
we're going into the ideas of things we can and should or should not do with Swartford. Like we've got our villa getting built.
So we can have. Where isn't our lab set up in Havia?
Havia, yes.
Okay, so yeah. That's what
That's
it was,
going to be after we get the villa built. I'm not too concerned about moving her around.
Oh yeah, no, I was just wondering. Yeah.
I would point something out. Having her in Havia is probably a logistically more convenient solution given the city itself. We can't exactly transplant those connections over into Svartford. Like
Yeah,
it-
I wasn't even
yeah.
I wasn't even thinking of moving her. I was just saying that if we were going to, it wouldn't be until after we built the villa, and
yeah.
I really wouldn't recommend it anyway because it's another node in our network. You pull her out of Havia, we no longer have a node there other than talking to
Yeah,
like
we
Nipia.
lose our connection. Yeah.
Exactly. So, practically speaking, the inn doesn't. I don't see a use there. That's not something we really need to be putting money down for at this time. We should
Well, an inn
just.
wouldn't be a lot either. It wouldn't be nearly as much as we're building a manor for 50,000.
Yes. Well, it wouldn't be nearly as much. It's something we don't really need at the moment. And it would serve to divide attention. It'd be better if we have it ready in the works when we actually have something that will be driving movement through this area. I mean, practically speaking, Underdark, what's involved with knightly orders in
Nightly
the
things
Duchy of
in
Vevey?
order.
So generally, it would be how to describe this. As the actual knights in charge, you would be effectively responsible for what any of the people under your banner would do. How you organize them, how you train them, when and how you choose to deploy them is up to you. Generally speaking, unless you're being given direct orders from somebody higher up the food chain, which for you would be the Viscount or someone above him in the feudal order, you're basically free to do as you will, so long as you generally maintain the peace. If you go and attack another city, or you attempt to take over another village or something, that's the kind of thing the Viscount would probably first tell you off, and then if you kept annoying him, he'll eventually be like, all right, well, if you're not going to listen to me, I'm going to send a letter to the Duchess, who's going to deploy several other knights, groups of knights, and they're going to come and make you leave. And that's the good outcome for you guys in that case.
All right, so avoid the Badab War.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're generally going to be kind of given free hand over the territory you've been given. Within the area and scope that you have. Really, the only time you're going to be called up for providing levies is going to be say, if the Loser Dynasty or the Confederation of Arcazar or the Macvera trading zone invades and they're trying to put together an actual field army. Then you would be expected to contribute. And given that you're a kind of a knightly order rather than just a city burgher, you would be expected to field pretty decently most of your troops in that case. Likely including yourselves.
Oh man, those poor bastards.
I feel bad for whoever we're fighting.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh, we're going to war? That sucks.
Well, you asked what the responsibilities are, and it's basically that of you could get called up by the Duchess Katrin to defend the realm, and it would be expected that you would do so.
Okay.
Imagine remember, she's the one who sent the letter to the fortress at Gaudrath and had those knights ready to purge the city of Lushingworth. So that's the type of thing you might also get called up to do.
Well, I mean, we did purge the city of Lushingworth. We didn't get hired to do it.
Yeah, if that's the kind of thing we get called up for, I'd probably suggest then that we train our people for the subtle art rather than the overt art. After all, clearly the Duchess has people who can handle the more overt stuff.
Remember, that was a fortress led by a knight commander, and she had 200 knights at her command.
So what you're saying is, instead of training the Marines, we should train the CIA.
Spies and assassins.
Less spies and assassins,
Get behind
but
that, yeah.
more producing a knightly order that is more adept in fixing the problems before they reach that point. So, given the history of this area with infiltrating changelings, body snatchers, and fae coming out of the wilds, a knightly order more specialized in dealing with those problems before they enter civil territory.
So, the CIA.
I mean, hopefully a bit less sus.
Spies and assassins. I like that.
I did not say spies and assassins, but okay.
Said CIA.
No, I didn't. Ruffles
The
did.
CIA isn't just spies and assassins. They're mostly spies and assassins, but
The CIA makes future problems out of current solutions. I'm saying we should just be going for solutions.
Put a good spin on this, Gilbert. But if you want us not to go with the hard arts, then we're making spies and assassins. Then that's what we're doing.
he does have a very valid point. I do kind of have to agree with him. And me and Mister don't agree on much.
That's a fair point.
Which is great, which works out even better.
We'll still definitely want to train people more consistently along
force to keep the town's peace and the city and defend the town, but yeah.
Well, it'd also be useful to have more traditional knightly forces to draw upon. We'll just expand. I shouldn't say expand. We'll just change up the proportion of skills. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Like you were saying, mostly spies and assassins will keep some traditional knightly elements around, you know, in case they become necessary. Always better to handle things in-house. God damn it, yes. Fine, here's our castle. We're training an army of goddamn ninjas. Hopefully these ones don't get taken out by, like, running into hand grenades.
Ah, yes. The age-old trope of how to deal with ninjas. Grenades.
Well, were you here for that episode of James Bond? That movie? The ninjas were about as not ninja-y as possible. It was just dudes with guns, grenades, and katanas charging fucking, like, Spectre's Fortress of Doom. Alright, but yeah, it sounds like we'll be producing a knightly order.
What are you naming it?
What is the area around it?
What do you
are
mean?
Some names of existing orders.
That's a good question. Because, like I said, the Knights of Gaudrath are really more of a military wing, less so than a knightly order. Let's see, here in the Bay. So, really, the big one that people would know of would generally be the I used the name generator. It's like, oh, that's a great one. The
I thought you were gonna say yakety sax.
no, the Order of Orndorff. And they are essentially a knightly order to the southwest, the extreme southwest, that basically has been kind of holding the line, like the past couple of generations, against the Confederation of Arkazar. They're essentially specialized undead hunters.
No, vampire killer or monster killer, undead killers. Yeah.
The Dawn Guard?
Well, they're not that specialized. They specialize against undead, not just vampires.
Oh, damn.
Ah.
The funny thing is, you guys actually met the founding member of
That's
it.
actually kind of cool.
What's that?
I said the funny thing is, you guys met the founding member of it.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, he's the one who gave you the sundial.
Oh. See here, I thought he was a big bad guy.
That was the founding member? As I scroll through my notes.
Yeah, you guys did him a big favor, and as a token of his appreciation, he gave you that yes.
We need to do him more favors.
And Anzagast, who gave me the cool time stop disc.
Yeah, he gave you the stopwatch.
Okay, this guy's pretty baller. Well, let's see. What should we name ourselves?
I've got a suggestion.
Yeah?
Order of Aptalar.
What's Apthalar?
Aptalar. I will spell it.
I've definitely heard Axel, not Aptil.
Might be my mic, or I'm just speaking weird.
What's Aptalar?
What if we call ourselves the New England Patriots?
If I told you what Aptalar means, I don't think you would choose the name.
Okay, I get it.
Oh, that's
I feel like I
gorgeous.
had to throw my input at some point. I've been quiet.
It's Turkish for moron. I love it. I love it.
That's good.
The Knights of Aptalar.
Yeah,
Knights of Morons.
The Knights of, yeah, the Knights of Morons or foolishness.
All right, Under, we have our name.
All right.
Well, that was easy.
Knights of
Have fun.
Aptalar.
Yeah, it's Turkish for foolish or moron. It's perfect.
Okay.
So we have the Order of Fools or the Knights of Morons.
You
Or
know,
the
I
Knights
want
of
to point out
Foolishness.
that whatever we
Well,
set up, we may
it
have
would
to
be the
deal.
Knights of Morons. It'd be the Moronic Knights.
You know, if when we retire from this campaign, we may have to deal with this order later on. You know,
I cannot wait
it's gonna be amazing.
because
know,
they have a very counterintuitive name because they're going to be very well trained and not moronic at all.
You know, it occurs to me it might be a bad idea to train a group of CIA knights in a
Oh, no.
city.
It's undecided, man.
I absolutely love the idea.
Are
I'm
you sure
100% for
we're
it.
introducing another covert organization in this fucking area?
I mean, when you advertise, it's really hard to say you're a covert organization.
Here's the worst part. And then when we're done with it and get it all running good, we give control of it to Under.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then he has fun with it.
Right, because Underdark's totally not in control of it already. He's in our
most part.
minds.
He's twirling his mustache like, yes.
The very first recruits we get are all changelings.
Well, that's why we could prepare a couple scrolls of Revivify, and then we kill all of our new recruits, and then we revivify them all.
Oh god, it becomes part of the initiation ritual.
Yes! Oh, I was going to suggest that. How do you prove that they're not a changeling when you're trying to initiate them? You kill them.
This is a knightly order, so you have to like fill it with like vaguely spiritualistic tendencies, as long as it's done ironically. So we'll flavor everything like it's a symbolic. We kill them and they you know return to life as members of the order. It's like, yeah, except we're being very literal about it.
Die and be reborn again in the Order of Morons. By the way, we mean literally. We're going to kill you.
My god, you'd have to be a moron to submit to that kind of initiation, right?
gotta butter it up with fancy words like we will make your names glorious known throughout the kingdom.
We'll
Oh,
we'll
no,
make
no,
your
they're-
names
they're
well known
spies.
throughout the kingdom.
They're
You can't say
spies.
anything like glorious or positive. Yeah, we're going for a spy organization. We don't want their names well known. Oh, that would be a relatively expensive but hilarious. We hire a permanent cleric. No, two actually, because we need a failsafe. We hire 2 clerics that at least know Revivify. Give them a cache of diamonds, and like once a month, everybody has to, commit suicide to prove they're not a changeling.
What? Okay, that's
You have the
Make it
cleric
part of the-
revivify
make
one
it
of the
part of
clerics, and then the cleric revives the other cleric, and you have a full clean slate, and nobody's a changeling. And you just revivify everybody.
every 10 years the Order of Apthalar commits mass systematic suicide. My God, what the fuck is this?
What do you do with the fucking changelings?
No, look.
Yeah, there'll be a big
Without-
vat of like
followers.
purple drink that everybody gets a glass of, at the big meeting hall, and that's how they do it.
Well, see you guys in an hour. Downs the drink,
Exactly.
fucking dies.
Yeah, then, like I said, you have 2 clerics so that they can revivify each other.
Man, I thought the Alpha Legion was bonkers.
We would have an army of well-trained, disciplined soldiers that are such zealots that they're willing to kill themselves to prove their loyalty.
I mean,
Yes.
okay.
And are
Let's rein
trained spies and assassins.
let's rein this in here for a second.
Oh, what's serious about the suicide thing?
I don't think we're going to be able to sustain that long term. And frankly, that's probably not a tradition we want to ingrain in them really hard and then die and then not have finances for them.
They don't
But
know
they
what
just
our
want my
finances. It's
blood.
not their job to know our finances. If they don't come back, they don't come back. We'll hire some new guys.
But at that point, you're potentially wasting perfectly valuable spies.
Better than them being a changeling.
I think we could come up with better plans than that.
Well, didn't we? Okay, we've proved the changelings get memories, correct?
I don't know.
Part
Have you?
of Well, no, we had the one that they can fill in the position after a couple of days. They get memories.
Yes. Usually, doppelgangers are able to act like they're telepaths. They can grab memories when they change into people.
So that's the only problem we have with any sort of checks and balance is if somebody gets taken by a changeling, even if you send them out on groups of like, let's say 5 on patrol, if they get attacked by a group of just 5 changelings, most level 5 and lower are going to be killed by them. So that's why I jokingly but seriously suggested having a sort of suicide cycle. It's a way to guarantee that they're not a changeling. Because the second they turn into tofu, well, they don't get revivified. And you know what that
They don't have
does?
to die. They can just leave.
Well, I see what you're saying.
Mhm.
Well, I do see what you're saying. It's the logistics of keeping this process going that I'm skeptical of.
All right, so my question to you, Gilbert. How many people are you envisioning in this order of knights? What's the number?
Are we including support staff?
I would say no. Just the on-duty personnel that are going to be doing our bidding. The support staff are doing their bidding.
20 tops.
Okay. Every 6 months, you have those 20 people commit suicide. We can make 300 times 20 in 6 months.
I was joking when I said every week. Like, that would be ridiculous. But if you did it like every half a year, to prove that they're not a changeling, which in all reality,
maybe
a
even
changeling
just
can do a lot
every
of damage.
each year.
Yeah, once a year. It's still a reasonable cost because that's not that much. It's only a couple thousand gold. We can make that easily. I mean, we find artifacts that are worth 10,000 gold on a regular basis.
Is that with the kind of connections we have? Is that logistically feasible? Are 300 gold piece diamonds common enough that if we were to systematically be doing this, the supply would still exist?
You're forgetting about fabricate.
That would require us to understand molecular theory.
Not true. A raw diamond isn't worth that much. A clean cut diamond is worth more. Like a 300 gold piece diamond and a 500 gold piece diamond.
I thought you were going to go with the we just take
no,
piles of
turning
charcoal.
carbon. No.
Yeah.
Raw diamond is really easy to get a hold of. It's very common.
Is that economically feasible?
I mean, there are sufficient diamonds in the world that you're not at risk of running out. Whether or not you have the money to pay for them is an entirely different question that I can't answer for you.
Okay.
Once we start buying them like that once a year in bulk,
I mean,
it's gonna
we
jack
bought
the price up, wouldn't it?
No.
Well, that's the beauty of Revivify, is it requires 300 gold pieces worth of diamonds. So if the price of diamonds goes up, you just need smaller diamonds.
Oh yeah, okay.
But either way, it costs you 300 gold per use of the spell of diamond.
And gold doesn't really fluctuate.
Yeah, let me be clear. I'm not running a market simulator, to manage this world market. The prices are basically fixed and shall remain so.
There is a magical connection between 300 gold pieces and a 300 gold piece diamond.
When the gods made this world, they set down certain, invariabilities, and that includes the economy.
Excellent. In that case, I can sign off on this plan.
Well, in other news, I have
it's fucked up, it's morbid, and by God, I'm on board for it.
I have the rough exterior that I've been designing flushed out of the manor.
You're gonna put a portcullis there, right?
Yeah, that's the idea. That's portcullis defense on the interior walls of that channel, and then defense along the exterior walls. And then, yeah, it would be livable and very, nice accommodations. The second floor would be mostly defense. And then the third floor would be lab and roof access and stuff. And then the basement's below it. But the basement would be as big as this footprint. So the basements would actually be bigger than the interior of the manor. It's based off of an apartment building in Cambridge.
Wait a second.
Yes.
We've got people, including Luciana, who aren't unskilled with medicine. Do we want to have a subsect, have this be the non-combat element of the order that works like hospitalers?
You want a Knights of Morons that are also medics?
More my point, we can, if I'm thinking this correctly, we can run hospital elements out of the order as well. Frankly, the knowledge also wouldn't be unhelpful for our covert elements.
Well, I mean,
it could also be used to explain coming and going, like really easily.
What do you mean by coming and going?
Any kind of traffic that we need to disguise could be disguised as medical.
Oh no, you just use clergy for that.
Yeah, clergy and medical. The benefit, though, of medical is some would be disinclined to try to interact with certain covert operations if those operations were disguising themselves as lepers.
I like that idea.
That'll work.
It also provides a valuable service to our surrounding area that ingratiates the local populace. We're curing the sicknesses of the land, both literal and slightly more esoteric.
Okay.
Should we just stick like a hospital wing on there?
No, not in the manor.
Oh, yeah, good point.
This is the manor. This is our base.
Oh, we're not
we would
running
have
the
a
nightly order out of the base?
No, you would have a separate fort nearer to Swartfort for that. That would just be a simple fortified structure with barracks. This is our house.
Oh, you don't want to live where you work?
No. I mean, I do, but I don't want my employees to live where I work. No, it's fine. I'm leaving the center open for like a courtyard, like an entry where you can drive wagons and stuff into it and have, you know, supplies moved in and out that nobody can see what's coming off the wagons, so to speak. There will be a tower on it.
Have a gate right there at the middle that you can shut.
Well, no, the gate will be on the between the two tips of the.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back.
I mean, a tower in the middle. I don't know, but I mean,
No, the tower will be on one of the wings, like one of the two corners. That's not the main central corner. That'll be the elevated, that'll be the superstructure that goes up for line of sight and everything.
all right.
Yeah, I haven't done the rest of the floors. I was just getting the outline, the cookie cutter, to start working with the interior, and this will obviously probably change once or twice for the overall outline.
How many floors are you gonna make it?
Main floor will be like guest and entertainment, living quarters, and then the floor above that will be defense battlements, your lab. And then there'll be a roof, which will also be able to have defense battlements, etc. And then on the roof will be the tower that will go up probably 2 more floors,
All right.
give or take. So yeah, probably about 5 stories tall above
Gotcha.
ground. I mean, that's what I'm envisioning. I mean, you guys can more than welcomely shoot me DMs and make suggestions.
That sounds good. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, the basement's going to be the dungeon crawl, so to speak, part of the building. That's going to be filled with traps and our vault and all kinds of fun stuff. And then below that will be the bat cave, which goes to sea level.
Where our ship will be.
No, I think Under said that the draft isn't high enough for the Glorioso to get close.
Okay.
If I remember correctly.
Also,
right,
if you yes, the draft is not really that close. Lushingworth was built partially where it was because of the ease of making it into a tradable harbor. It has deep water there. The other thing is you have to remember the Glorioso is not your ship. The Viscount was letting you use it for Evrevia stuff. Since that's done, you don't really have access to it anymore.
Oh well, then we gotta get a ship.
Yeah, but I'm sure if we called on Tillman for something, he wouldn't mind accommodating us because we would pay.
For a
He knows
price.
we would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it should be clear. You can still call on him, but the Viscount's no longer footing the bill.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I figured that. I'm still going to call it our
Well,
ship
some of
because
our
we're going to
more
call
work-
on him and we're going to pay him.
When we start doing more covert things, we may have to get a ship of our own or a couple.
Oh, yeah, naturally, but I mean that's kind of down the road.
Yeah.
As of right now, yeah. No, I'm in the design phase.
All right, so it sounds like we have 2 wings, a covert wing, and a medical wing. Is that correct? Wings
yeah,
of the
from what you
order,
guys
not
are saying.
wings of the building.
Yeah, I was just about to say, and then you said covert, and I was like, ah, okay, you mean the order.
No, we're gonna have a covert wing.
Well, no, that's the basement. That's what I was gonna say. I was like, well, the
Exactly.
covert wing's the basement. Actually, not the basement. The second basement is the covert wing. Well, I mean, that's the more covert wing. The third basement is actually the covert wing. Thing goes down below ground as far as it goes above ground.
I feel like living quarters should be on the second floor.
Wait,
Typically, not for a manor. You have guest quarters on the second floor. The main floor of the manor is where you have your primary residence.
Really?
I've-
Yeah, they didn't build tall in medieval times. They built wide.
I got a
Mm.
question.
Yeah.
So we're building our personal home as a castle and our knightly order as a fort.
Correct. Which we built after we've established the order and got it up and running. Like, we're gonna have to acquire more funds for that one, obviously.
Right, right. I feel like we should still be running at least the early stage of the order out of the house. You know, when we're getting our first round of apprenti. Or
Well,
apprentices.
that's 400 days from now. This place is going to be built.
Right.
If you wanted to
That's-
start the knightly order, I would suggest we start it with just a simple barracks and use Swartford as our base of operations.
I concur.
You get the knightly order off the ground sooner, and then in the process, once we're in the process of building the manor, we'll start working on the fort. But you still have your knightly order going up before that, so you just have a simple barracks to basically get started.
Yeah, we have to get them trained so they can use them as, security for the town and shit. Does this town have a cadre of guard or no?
It has a guard.
Hell, he will get some reinforcements. Poor man.
There's like one guy, like 3 months from retirement. That's the town security. He's getting too old for this shit.
Well, then I think I have an idea of what we can do for a couple of days. You said there's other smaller towns around the way.
Yes.
Well, let's get a horse and or get a carriage or two and go for a little recruitment drive. Start picking out some young strapping lads to join our order.
Shouldn't we at least get like a barracks set up?
No. We're the Order of Morons. We do things backwards here.
It builds character, right?
Well, I sure as fuck ain't planning on dying, so I don't plan on building any character soon.
We'll sequester them inside of people's homes. It'll be all right.
Mister, you have fabricate, right?
What level is it?
That's not what I asked.
I mean, I think I have all. Yeah, I do. I do. I fabricate. Why?
We could fabricate a barracks.
I don't think it would. I don't think
Well, I
it
don't
would
need you to
work.
fabricate every single part of it. I would only need you to fabricate portions of it. I can build the rest. I'm a carpenter. I would only need you to fabricate the complicated parts like the large tenons and stuff like that for the structure itself.
Okay.
Setting the beams and doing all of that, I can do myself. It'll just take time.
Yeah, I
So,
can help.
Lucina, if you want to build a barracks first, we can do that. I'll just need Mister's help to fabricate the lumber in certain shapes.
Yeah, by having an actual barracks, we'll have a place we can send people to.
Okay, yeah.
It would not do well for morale to collect people. And it's like, all right,
You go stay at this person's house tonight.
exactly. Appearances are an important part, and we need to, we need to be good about setting this foundation.
Yeah.
All right, Under. How large of a barracks would you recommend, Under? I actually don't know, like, that sort of scaling and size of things. Like a fort,
Well-
I can understand for 20 people how to build, but just building a quick barracks for like half a dozen to a dozen guys to start training and sleeping.
Well, you'd probably just build a longhouse type thing, like 2 houses wide, a house deep, and just have bunks
Alright.
in it, that type of deal.
Yeah, like a little office in the back, sort of. That's it.
I mean, yeah, it'd be like one step up from a field camp. You just quickly hash together, throw on a thatched roof, wattle and daub, walls more than like dirt floor.
Well, I think somebody can help with that. Lucina, do you have Mold Earth?
No.
Useless wizard.
I'd certainly hope so. I have no levels in Wizard.
All right, so between Mister and I, building that, and maybe with a hand or two here or there from the town, how long would that take us to get a barracks up?
Probably half a day.
We wanted to make it look a little nicer.
Okay, you can spend a full day on it if you want, making it look nicer.
Yeah, we'll take a day out and go to Swartfort and like not in the center of town, but not on the outskirts. Is there any reasonable pieces of land that are not being used in that that description-ish?
Not really. The village kind of grew organically out of what was essentially just some houses by the water doing fishing. People tended to build their houses closer together. So you would basically just be like the last house on the road type deal. You'd
Okay,
still be
that's fine.
part of the village. Like it wouldn't be like there's like an actual distance to walk before you're in town. But yeah, you wouldn't really be able to centrally locate it without kicking somebody out.
Okay, yeah, no, edge of town is fine then. Yeah, we'll even go like an extra house wide away from the current residents, just so that they're not overcrowded.
Yeah. I mean the area is your land, so if you want to build a barracks there, you can build a barracks there. There is
Nice.
no one's permission you need to get before you do stuff like that. You can just
Mhm.
do it.
Yep, so Mister and I will spend a day in Swartfort building that. Then Lucina, have fun, and Thumas can do whatever you guys want. I mean, you guys could even start heading out and start recruiting.
That's true.
Paladin, a cleric, and a drunk guy.
If we're going to
Whatever you
train
say,
people, we
Master.
need like weapons for them to train with.
Yeah, that's when we get guys. I'm more concerned about getting guys right now than getting weapons. We can just go to Lushingworth and pick up, a dozen spears.
Does this town not have a blacksmith?
Actually, let me check.
They might not have a weaponsmith.
They for
Yeah,
sure
they
don't have an actual weapons. Blacksmiths. That would be these guys here. Yes, there is in fact a blacksmith in town. He's a furrier by training.
That's
Does he do?
horseshoes?
Yes, primarily he does like horseshoeing and that type of deal. But
Hmm.
he's a blacksmith, so he can make nails. He can make chain. He's not specialized in it. He certainly isn't an armorer or a weaponsmith.
He's a farmer that knows how hot metal works.
A little bit more than that. Like a furrier, like actually knows like how to make like a good shoe. You know, this isn't some cobbled together shit. This is like a full on like forged shoe. The nails and nails and chain are kind of like how you would generally learn the blacksmithing trade, and then from there you would go into being like learning how to make horseshoes like a furrier. Part of being a furrier also is he knows how to like apply the shoe, so he like knows how to like scrape it out and all that.
Yes. We need that guy.
Which, given that this is kind of like a stopover on the way for people come to market, and people here would have like plows being pulled by a mule and things like that, it's not unusual for a village even of this size to have a guy that can do this. Though given the fact that there's one here, it likely means that the next closest village, which is Oxengard, probably doesn't. They could, but it's unlikely just given the closeness of them. It's only a half day's walk down the road.
It just occurred to me that getting
Yeah,
kicked
if they
by
do
a
have a
horse with a
blacksmith, he's most
horseshoes.
likely a toolsmith.
We need to hire him.
To what? Shoe our horses?
Mister, we don't need to hire him. We own him.
Oh, okay.
Well, we do. You weren't part of the group that was originally. Oh yeah, how does that apply for Ipfon and Mister?
What do you mean? How does what apply?
And Thumis. The knighting and stuff, because they weren't part of the original agreement. Are they knighted still? I'm just curious.
HK was a creation of Dr. Stein, so.
HK was the person that was a part of the member that was given the mission with the reward. So I'm asking in terms of like how Under's running the knighting and stuff like that. Are they knighted equal?
He basically knighted the entire returning party.
Okay.
And gave you guys this land and this village. The idea being that you're effectively he's creating a new knightly order. You guys are like the knights originators of them, and you're essentially equally of rank and also of responsibility for it.
Yep. No, I was just double checking because I was like, yeah, Mister, you own him. I was like, wait a minute. Dr. Stein wasn't here when we were originally given the knighting and the mission and everything like that. Does that mean they're not? Or no, they are. Okay.
They are. Just like how you could like recruit people and bring them into your knightly order and pass on the rights and responsibilities of being this of this order. That's something you could do as well. And so that's just he just skipped that step and said, yeah, I'm just assuming that you guys are a party and therefore you would have brought him into the knightly order had you had one at the time.
Mm-hmm. Okie dokie. Well, then, yeah, so Lucina, Thumis, and Ipfon, are you guys going to go recruiting, or are you going to wait till Mister and I are finished?
Whatever you want us to do.
Well, I'm asking, what do you guys want to do?
We're trying to figure out how we'd best want to recruit and the kind of people we're selecting for, because we're not making a knightly order of some dudes who want to hit things. It's an order composed of spies and doctors, effectively. So we're selecting for a very particular type of people.
Yeah, so you just go town to town looking for the shadiest motherfucker and see if he's working for anybody.
Well, that's just it. Do we want just the shadiest motherfucker?
I don't think we want maybe a couple of shadies.
Tryouts.
So that's just it. We don't want shady. We'd want to take people and make them our kind of shady.
Why don't
Like
we
y-
get
you know,
trial?
if you're hiring in the CIA, you're not hiring people who have a history in doing shady shit. You hire people who you're able to train to do shady shit.
Actually, speaking of, that's a very good point. I think I know who our first hire should be.
Oh,
Is a bald half elf we know in Lushingworth.
who?
The drunk guy?
No,
We should hire him.
he was our source of information for a lot of stuff in the beginning of the Changeling stuff in Lushingworth, Gilbert. The bald half elf. He would be excellent to recruit because he's about the right age.
Was this one of the Ivrevians?
No, this is in Lushingworth. Let's put it in chat.
The kid?
Yes.
The kid's bald?
Yes.
Oh, I always
Yes.
miss that detail.
He's got
Well, when
alopecia
Under named him
now.
Dominic, I said, so is his last name Torgetto? And then I was like, and is he bald? And then we made it canon. He's a bald half elf.
I mean, do we think Dominic? Wait, how old is
Yes.
Dominic?
I would say between 15 and 17.
Under?
No, he's like 12 years old.
Oh, he was really a kid. Okay.
Yeah,
So he'd be 14
he was basically
or
running
something now?
a gang of like street urchins. Yeah, he's like 13 now.
Oh, it's been 2 years.
Actually,
Child-
there might be something to that. Acquire the urchins and the orphans.
Yes, when you said CIA doesn't recruit by the fact that they're shady, CIA recruits by the fact they have no contact with the rest of the world. They recruit orphans.
Excellent. Yes. So this will take a little while to set up, but boy howdy, when it sets up, it'll be set up.
And then you can train them as pages from a very young age exactly how you
Precisely.
want them to work for you.
Precisely. So, we're gonna go pulling a space marine, and we're going to go find the children that people don't want.
Okay, and you're going to do this in Lushingworth or those villages you were talking about? Bear in mind, those villages aren't going to be much larger than yours. If anything, they're probably smaller, being further away from the city.
Oh, let's see. We have what, 400 days for this to be built?
For the manor, yes. For your castle to be built.
Well, I have 2 functioning legs. We can get access to a cart and some horses. We can cast a wide net. We shall scour the bay.
Okay, and you guys are
Older
going to
than 16.
And you're going to do this for all 400 days. Each day, Stein's still having to cast not detection on. Sorry, I forget Ruffles' character's name.
Oh shit! I didn't change my name, Friedman. Sorry.
I mean, from what I understood,
Mister, how many
Friedman
third level
did,
spell slots do you have?
I'm not exactly sure how many spell slots I have.
Wait, Under. How do you make something permanent?
You don't.
I thought there was a way you could cast a spell and make it permanent.
Not anymore. That
some
was-
of them.
Oh,
So some spells have that is part of their spell. Cast this on like the same location for a year and it becomes
Non-detect is not
permanent.
one of them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
non-detect's
that's
not
what I was
one of them. And the secret of magical permanence is a lost art in this world.
Gotcha. Okay.
There used to be a spell called permanency.
Yes. And it used to be cast by XP, not spell slots. It would cost you XP to cast it.
Oh shit! I mean, that's cool. That's actually really cool.
Yeah,
Gives
you
you a
have to
reason
give
to
up-
farm XP.
To get some high level spells on an item, you would have to give up levels of character growth.
Um,
Oh, shit, we got 3 clergymen?
so
Yes.
Nice.
if needed, Utter, we can cast a wide net.
You can, yes. What I was getting at, though, is are you spending all 400 days doing that?
I wouldn't say all 400, no. I would say maybe 100 at most.
What
And
would
that's... Go ahead.
what would it take to do a good circuit around the extended surrounding area? Basically, I'm trying to hit a couple of the more major cities in the process where we're likely to find potential aspirants.
So there are basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 major settlements. 3 of which are more military forts, but families are there as well. And 2 other major cities that are close by. The next closest city besides Lushingworth would be Ivory Hollow. Ivory Hollow is about 3 days north of Lushingworth, like walking along the road. About 4 days north of Ivory Hollow is actually the capital of Lagfell, which is the capital of Vebey. On the way to Ivory Hollow is that fortress of Gaudrath. To the northeast of Ivory Hollow, about a day's walk, is Heathergard, which is another fortress. And about it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 days walk from Ivory Hollow straight west is the fortress of Arrowwall, which kind of holds like that, which is basically like this entire like region. Those kind of define the borders of this region of the bay. You start recruiting outside of that, you're going to start pissing off people politically.
Even if we were swiping the orphans?
It's more... You owe fealty to the Viscount in Lushingworth, who himself basically owes fealty to the Earl of Ivory Hollow, who ultimately owes fealty to the Duchess in Lagfell. The Duchess in Lagfell really only directly controls her like city. The Earl in Ivory Hollow kind of controls this region. And since Lushingworth is a major trading port, it merits its own noble as a Viscount. But once you start going outside of that chain of command, you're politically going to be like kind of like taking recruits or sources of information from other nobles who you don't owe fealty, and that's kind of seen as an internally hostile act. You're effectively a knightly order operating without their consent in their area.
Yeah, that sounds like CIA.
While that is something you might want to do, the problem is recruiting is a somewhat overt activity.
All right,
people
Freeman,
will notice.
All right, here's what we'll need to do.
Freeman does all the recruiting.
I was going to say, well, we could do the overt stuff here, but I was going to say what we could do is we could always have Freeman abduct people from outside the area.
Oh, so we're just gonna go full Halo Spartan on the
I wouldn't
without the clones.
No, I wouldn't go that far, but we could always keep the recruiting process being a little more subtle outside that area. You know, specifically try to low-key target and recruit the orphans and urchins.
I mean, in all reality, Freeman, unironically, remember the thing that we were talking about being really shitty? The ability to see people's scores. This is very useful for this.
Yes. Yes.
Because I can ask to see any in regards to 2 things. So I can ask for their int, wisdom, or charisma. 2 of those 3 for these kids that we're looking at, and I have all 14, 13, 12 for those scores. So anybody that has a higher int than me is obviously a great recruit. Higher whiz than me is also still a reasonable recruit, and then higher charisma than me is again a reasonable recruit. Because I don't know, it's just higher, superior or equal to, or yeah, equal, superior, or inferior. I don't know the actual number, but I know that they are either more charismatic, more wise, or more intelligent than me. So I can use that ability on the kids because I only need to interact with them for observe or interact with them for 1 minute, and then I will know, 2 of those 3 things. Which 2 of those 3 would you think would be the more valuable for recruiting spies? I would say charisma and int.
Yeah, because for the hospitaller aspect, that can be that is less stringent in what we're looking for. Actually, that should be pretty useful. Those with the skills to go into the covert get shifted into the covert. Those without get shifted into other elements.
Yeah, the more of the soldiering aspect.
Yep. Each aspirant will find a place within the order.
Well, and then there'll be ones that were like, yeah, we're not recruiting that guy. He just tripped over his own feet and he's not wearing shoes. So then, let's say this. For the first, what's a month, 32 days?
Yes.
Okay. So for the first month, Mr. and I will spend building a, not a guild hall, but yeah, the equivalent of a guild hall. And a barracks.
So not a guild hall, but a guild hall. That makes no sense. Define it better.
Well, like a guild hall is for a guild. Whatever it would be for a knight's, like a night hall.
What function are you hoping for it to serve?
Central command and control. So it would have offices for higher ranks. It would have.
Practically speaking, that's a hall. Like like a standard hall is literally a massive fucking central chamber operating as common area and cafeteria with surrounding auxiliary chambers functioning as storage and living quarters.
No, what I'm saying is like a command and control, like once we get higher ranks that are actually going to be running the order when we're not around, we'll have offices and stuff built for them. Because with Mr.'s ability to fabricate and my ability to carpenter, because Mr. doesn't need to be skilled in carpentry for the fabrication of parts for carpentry, because I know what he needs to make, and it's just simple shapes.
Ruffles, a guild hall would also be built along the same concept.
Oh, it would?
Yeah,
yes.
What you're describing is just a guild hall, except the guild is a militant order.
Yeah,
okay.
The structure itself is just called a hall.
Okay, then I guess I was just brain farting on.
Oh, good.
Okay, so you want to build a guild hall.
Yes, and then have a barracks attached to it, and we'll build that on basically the outskirts of town.
Well,
so it's
guild
not.
Hall would have living quarters for the guild members. It's it's just a guild hall.
Okay, okay. Then instead of building a 1-day barracks, we'll spend a month building a proper
hall.
So building a proper hall takes more than just a month. It's about a 60-day process.
Okay. With just Mr. and I and a couple of hands and maybe some hired labor?
Yeah, and it's going to cost you about 5,000 gold in materials and labor.
Yep. Yeah, our blacksmith can't make enough nails to keep up with us.
Oh, but also you're paying for like the lumber and all of that. You gotta have woodcutters cutting down those trees and bringing them to the place.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well I will mark that off right now. I haven't marked the 50,000 off yet. I figured we'll get to that when we get to it because that wasn't up front, was it?
You wouldn't need you probably wouldn't pay them up front, but you would probably want to put it. You'd want to hand it.
Held separate.
What you would want to physically, what you would do is you would generally hand this to the Viscount, or
Oh,
like
okay.
or one of his staff, like really be one of his staff, like his house
Okay.
carl or something, and they would keep it and would kind of dole it out to the contractors that you're hiring out of Lushingworth as the project meets its milestones and they need it for supplies and the like.
All right, then I'll take it out of the party funds and I'll just put it on a separate line item that's just 50,000 holding for manor.
Yeah, and the whole point of that is just to ensure that the work actually gets done. The Mason doesn't just take your 50,000 gold and run.
Yeah. I mean, it would be a very poor choice on his part.
Yeah, what I mean
would
though is
find him.
usually, so like in modern day, you would use a bank for this, and you would have contractual like letters of credit that would deal with this.
Yep.
In this time period, you don't really have those types of banking institutions, but you do have the local lord, and he's rich enough that you would generally trust him with his level of money without thinking he's going to make a run for it.
I mean, we already did. We mailed him 50,000 gold worth of diamonds.
Right. That's what I mean. Is in this time period that this is how you would want to generally handle that.
Okay. All right. Well, then, yeah. So then we'll spend 2 months building up the guild hall.
All right. Yeah, you can spend.
Getting that established.
Yeah, so you can spend 2 months. I'm guessing the rest of the party's going out recruiting then.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not taking
then I'll-
Freeman with?
No, I'll filter when we get them back. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I'll do
I see.
one-on-one interviews with them all, and okay, well, you make the cut because you're smarter than me. Well, tell them that, but
Actually, does that ability only work once on a target, or does it only work once in a given
I'm-
instance?
I'm assuming once on a target because of otherwise you could just do it twice and you know everything. And that's why I'm going with I can only pick 2. Under, does that seem reasonable? 'Cause
Sure.
otherwise I could just spend 2 minutes and I know all 4 of the things I can learn.
I know everything about you. You've
Exactly.
known me for less than 5 minutes. That's all I
Exactly.
needed.
That's why I'm like, from just the gameplay, game mechanic perspective, it makes sense that you can only learn 2, and then it just doesn't work anymore. Otherwise, yeah,
Yeah.
you could just spend 2 minutes with somebody, and you know all 4 that you can learn.
I don't know. I feel like it would be prudent to take you with when we're, so that way we scope out the right kind of shady. Or, you know what I mean?
Well, I have to stay with Mister. Well, under for that 5,000, if we don't include, if we don't help, is that still, or would we have to pay more for somebody else to build it?
I mean, realistically, 2 people just doesn't, even with magical fabrication support, doesn't really make a big dent in the amount of work that needs to be done. It wouldn't
Okay.
make much of a difference
that
whether you're
5,000
there
is-
or not.
Okay, so that 5,000 is the hall with or without us.
Yes.
Okay, well then that's the hall without us. I'm going with. And
Okay.
Mister's coming with because somebody has to cast non-detect.
Excellent.
Yes, to keep the
I'm sure-
fiends at bay.
I'm sure we'll miss a casting every once in a while. Where's the fun in that, right?
All right, kids. For your own safety, please keep your hands and legs and heads inside the cart. We have to go deal with this. One of the kids looks up, looks back down. 1,000-yard stare.
We're just traumatizing kids before they're even recruited. So yeah, then we'll spend 60 days recruiting, and I guess just keeping them with us in this never-ending field trip until we get back and have a manor to stick them in. And of course, we'll have to recruit some adults. We can't just recruit all children. So those are the ones that I'm going to be looking for specifically under, like reasonable adults that we would want to recruit for the leadership positions to run the kids.
Okay. All right. So, this is, you basically spend the 2 months traveling around various villages and towns in the region, recruiting street urchins, ne'er-do-wells, the occasional adult. So what I need from you guys to handle this, we're going to need a wisdom insight check, a charisma persuasion check, what would the last one be?
Investigation.
There you go. That seems reasonable. Investigation.
Well, I can handle that insight and that persuasion.
Mister can handle the investigation.
All right. Under.
Yes.
Am I able to apply magical assistances? To
No.
myself?
This is over the course
Okay.
of 2 months.
Fair enough.
Although Mister would be able to apply my help. Correct? Because I can aid him with the investigation side of things.
Are any of you proficient in insight and persuasion?
I'm proficient with insight, actually.
Awesome. So I can get advantage on that.
But not persuasion. No,
I'll go persuasion.
if fun's
Alright.
persuasion.
Excellent.
so
So
we
I
have
can get
advantage on all
advantage on
three.
that.
No guidance, Mister.
Why?
Because it's taking over the course of 64 days.
Ah, okay, so it's 16.
All right. Here's my insight.
I'd say
Okay.
that's probably the most important one.
Why? Because if they don't agree, we can just kidnap them.
Well, no, because insight's your judge of character. That's what we're doing right now. We're going around judging people.
I know.
And yes, we could just kidnap them.
Freeman.
Okay.
get the
So,
bag.
over the 2 months, you successfully recruit 20 people who meet your various standards and return with them to Swartford.
Excellent.
I leave it to you to choose the disposition of these 20 potential recruits.
What do you mean by disposition?
Like how many adults, how many kids, what their specializations are, that type of thing. Like if they're thieves or fighters, brawlers, that
Yeah.
type of thing.
Oh boy, it's my favorite kind of shit. Is that something we have to do now, or something for?
No, that's something for you to just consider.
All right. We can open up for that. We can open that up for debate.
No,
Probably a
but
future point.
Yeah, you arrive. The guild hall is finished. You're able to put them up in it. You're actually able to stay there as well, so you're not kind of camping out in the inn anymore, or the tavern.
Oh, they made bunk rooms for us. How nice.
Construction continues on your little castle down by the coast. You can see that they've kind of leveled out the land. They're kind of prepping the shoreline for your little cove that you mentioned you wanted, setting up the foundation blocks, that type of thing. But overall, the 64 days pass without incident, other than, occasional bits of weather. It would now be kind of getting into about like the beginnings of summer.
Well,
Awesome.
also under one reason I am holding off on our dive into hell is so Pete can be here. That's one of the reasons I've been. Let's do other stuff.
Okay, well, I didn't prep anything. So what do you want to do?
Well, I mean, I suppose by now I could have that conversation with Finn. That's something that'll take a good amount of time.
What conversation with Finn?
The questions that I sent you.
Are you sure you're not thinking of the things that you sent me?
No, I sent them to Under before I sent them to you.
You've already asked him this stuff, and he's given you answers.
Not about Mechuitu. I haven't talked to him about Mechuitu at all.
Okay, I mean, you can go ask him. But let me save you some time, because he would greet you like a friend. He would let you in. He doesn't know anything. Mechuiti is not a big name. It was only known in certain circles. It was just by dumb luck that you ended up in his spot.
Okay. Well, Gilbert did actually bring up some things that we haven't discussed. The do's and don'ts of hell, and then how to kill a demon. We're gonna deal with Mechuitu, like how to make sure he's dead and not coming back. Those were 2 questions that weren't on my list because I just asked those to Gilbert today.
Oh, well, that part actually would be relatively well known to people of your level and expertise. If you kill a devil or a demon on the material plane, he simply goes back and reforms in hell after some latency period. But if you kill them in hell, they're dead.
Oh, okay, so just kill him in hell and we're good. All right. And then what about the like the general do's and don'ts in hell?
Well, dying is bad. Because you don't have that same protection where if you die in hell, you reform in the material plane. If you die in hell, you die in real life as well.
Yep.
But I don't know what you mean by do's and don'ts. It's not like the Feywild where there's lots of like tricky Fey and stuff around. You're not going to be caught in something like that.
Okay.
Whether or not you choose to make deals with fiendish characters is entirely a personal choice.
Yeah,
Depending
that's the primary don't. Yeah, that's kind of a given for don'ts.
I mean,
Okay,
you say that, but the party has done that.
Done what?
that's a good point.
Made agreements and deals with fiendish characters.
I mean,
Oh,
I don't know
actually,
what you're talking about.
I do actually have a reasonably good big question for him. Who are the heavy hitters? Like in hell, who are? Because I don't actually have that in my notes, and I don't know. Finn would most likely know who all of the big names are. I'm sure Friedman would know those, but like as a player, I don't know who the big names are, who the heavy hitters are, who are in control, who are vying for control, all of those guys.
Right. Basically, there isn't a definitive list. There are players that are constantly getting killed and new ones arising to take their place. The ones he would know of currently. I just have to pull that up. Give me a second.
Yeah, I am too, Gilbert.
In terms of like fiends, it are really just going to kind of kill you. Like they're some of the bigger players in just terms of raw destruction. There would be Akiyishigal, the demon lord of cockroaches, and Korgeth, the demon lord of the devouring worm.
Okay, so those are the absolute we should avoid running into these people. That like that.
That sounds just lovely.
They're the kind of people where if you run into them, there's no point in running, you're already dead. Like there really isn't a scenario where if you encounter those guys in hell, the party is in all likelihood going to die messily. The other side of it, so those are like absolute, like, will crush and destroy you're just fucked. They don't negotiate. They don't care. The side of people who are likely to just like manipulate you to the point where they own your soul is going to be things like Poena, the curator, and your old friend, the Zissa.
Light Digger.
Yeah. Mechuidi is kind of a minor player. He really kind of controls his like one area, and kind of loosely at that. Whereas like Poena kind of has fingers in everything. No one knows what the fuck the curator's doing. Zissa's got like this like near constant influx of new souls from the Prime Terror world, which kind of makes him like the closest thing to like an actual ruler of hell. But there is no real ruler of hell. He doesn't fuck with Akishigal or Korgath directly, because that's just inviting disaster. It's like trying to negotiate with a hurricane. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, all of that Finn would be able to tell you. With a caveat that, everyone in there is going to be dangerous as hell.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're looking at it from the party being the training perspective. I got you.
Like the skills that we're able to impart: fighter, rogue, cleric, ranger, paladin. Those are all things that we have like either actual classes for, or enough like shared kind of skill set in its category that it seemed like it'd be sensible. You know what I mean? It'd be kind of weird if, like, I don't know, the fighter started teaching wizard. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Oh, what's the name list that you use for this region?
German.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mhm.
I shall begin creating a merry little band of 20 NPCs.
And what were you thinking for kid adult deposition split?
Oh, 13-7.
I was thinking 6-14, so close enough.
What, 6 children, 14 adult?
No other way.
Ah.
6 adult, 14 kids. Like kids aging between, ranging between 13 and like 17. You'd have some that are able to take leadership positions earlier on.
Yeah. Grab a
and then
good
you expand
spread
and
of it,
train.
Yeah.
You expand and train from them.
Yeah, we'll grab a good spread of the younger demographic. All right. But yeah, the other reason I suggested these classes, other than we have those classes to an extent, it's also that those classes would be useful for the surrounding territories.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Also,
I think probably
rogue and
cut down on the
ranger.
number of clerics, just 4 clerics.
You think 4-8-4-4?
I was thinking 6-8-4-2. More fighters. More just like the street thug kind of build.
Street thug.
Yeah, bully with a stick.
Well, I'll have to install more principle than that. Good discipline is important.
I mean, the only one that's important right now is whoever we're gonna pick as our commander. Like that's the only name and like position that really matters. The rest of it's kind of just willy nilly.
Well, think about that structurally. If we set up one of them as the commander, then
Well, the commander of that group of people, yes, but we're still over them. We still, outrank them.
I'm saying we're going to want to spend some time with them ourselves.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just saying in terms of like picking all of this out.
Oh, I
Right
gotcha.
now, they're the only one that actually matters what they are. Because
Right.
that's the one we're going to be naming probably this session and determining what they're capable of. Under obviously probably pick the like the class and all the specifics of their abilities, but like what we envision them as.
So, how I imagine your Knightly Order is going to work, if you guys ever bring them with you into combat, is they will basically just be a group of NPCs using the sidekick classes. The amount of levels they have would just be determined by how high up in the order they would be. How much
Yeah,
training
I
they would have.
I wasn't really planning on bringing them along. If we ever have to run them, yeah, we'll use that. But no, I wasn't planning on marching them around and doing anything. Like they're going to be our local.
Right. I'm just letting you know, because you're like, like what abilities and stuff he would have, and I'm like, I'm just going to treat them like sidekicks.
Okay.
All right. You're 13 years old. Here's a spear. Here's a shield. We're going into we're going to speed run your levels. We're gonna fight Mechuidi. You're gonna be here with us, and we'll see how much you learn.
If you live, you're really going to rank up. If you don't, well, you weren't cut out for the job. Better luck next time.
This is fucking like roided out 13-year-old.
All right. Well, in that case, I guess let's go on to the main event. I pull out the scroll of gate. No, I'm kidding.
Paperwork administration. Alrighty. Let's see. We'll open up Microsoft Excel, appease the cogitator's machine spirit, and pray to Gilliman that the logistics work out. I mean, we probably want to make sure that the stuff is squared away before we go into hell. That way we don't.
Well, I'm going with the we spent a lot of time doing all of this. We can worry about the if it's squared away, because I'm assuming it's pretty much cut and dry squared away.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah. We don't have any issues setting up our order.
For me, it's very much one of those things of, until I hear Underdark say it's squared away, I'm not going to assume, because down the line we're going to ask something, and he's going to be like, did you? I don't recall you saying that you were doing any of that.
No, in this case, it's more that, the general region that you're in is fairly stable, so setting up a new Knightly Order is not difficult or really fraught. You're not likely to have any issues doing that.
Yes, it's stable because we've killed everybody.
Basically, yes. You have stabilized the region by removing all disruptive elements that you didn't like.
There's still one disruptive element, but we like him.
Well, he's not really disruptive.
We got to keep him away from.
Like, his whole thing is he likes the stability.
It's his vacation. It's his retirement.
Just remember, we can't have him introducing the young initiates to things like hookers and blow right away. That's a thing they'll have to deal with when they're adults.
No. Learn them young. Then they know how to use that situation to their advantage.
Hey, Finn, we need to intern a couple of our recruits.
Exactly. I was
We need you to
100%
teach them how
planning
to
on
cheat at
using
dice
Finn
games.
as an intern resource for some of the like the middle group of the kids, that 15 to 16 age.
Fucking rogues.
Yeah. How do you make a good street urchin? Have a demon or devil train them. Of course, it'll come with a price. I'm well aware of that.
My only concern is influence contamination.
We've been nothing but a benefit to him, so I don't think we would have the issue of recruiting recruits. Finn wouldn't care. He's got his own guys. He doesn't need a guy spying on us because we're pretty forthcoming with him. We haven't really held information back from him. So he has no genuine need to spy on us because, well, he won't gain any information he doesn't already have.
Okay.
Well, where do we want to pop this baby?
Mm,
Right in front of the guild hall?
middle of the Bexmark Woods.
Good idea.
Actually, you know what? No, better place. The marshes to the west. That place is cursed as fuck. No one's going to care if it gets more cursed.
Why don't we go back to the Fae Fortress? That's got a nice big entryway.
Yeah, and that means Underdark can reuse the location in 30 in-game years when inevitably some more horrible shit happens there as a result of what we do.
Exactly. Job security for the DM.
Excellent.
All right, Under, we're heading to the Fae Fortress for popping the planar scroll.
All right. Let's see, that was... yeah, this jobby. All right. So, you, that would be from Swartfurt. 1, 2, 3. About 2 days' journey through the woods and the hills to arrive in this mountainside. You really have no way or no trouble kind of just pushing your way in. A few Zvart put up a token resistance but are easily dealt with. And are scattered to the four winds.
That's chunky meat giblets.
What do you mean? There were survivors? I don't think so.
Yeah, I ain't allowing that.
Indeed. There were in fact no survivors.
We wait an extra day out front just to see if any stragglers try to sneak out.
Oh, they do. They They come in pairs and leave as smears.
Oh shit, we should have had the knights doing this.
We'll have plenty of, swart infested forts for them to clear out.
And then we send all of them in, and massive casualties. These are elite Spartans.
That's the other thing too. They're fucking smarts. We want to keep our knightly order alive mostly.
Teach them not to take stupid fucking risks.
All right. Well, I guess we'll just I'll wait until morning and pop the scroll.
Okay. You pop the scroll. The scroll disintegrates. A whirl of light and a blast of heat. As you suddenly find yourself standing on a rocky outcropping. The ground ragged, though glittering, as if made of glass. And before you, you can see this tall, conical volcano. Smoke spewing out the top of it. The air around you hot and choked with ash. despite, you know, you can't even tell what time of day it is because of the thick overcast clouds that this volcano is causing in the area. Though you don't see any lava like coming down the sides of it. It's just hot and smoky.
Oh, that's a good sign. I was gonna say, where's the front door? Is there any obvious entrance?
You don't see any obvious entrance. And it does look like you guys are on an island of sorts. Like this is like a volcanic island. Around you can kind of see waves kind of reflecting the light from the volcano. Though you don't see any plants around you.
I'm sorry, what?
We're in hell.
Fuck.
Did
Not
you want to do
prepared.
something before we came to hell?
No, but I wasn't expecting it so soon.
That's what Underhead
We have
prepared for, right?
literally
put
had
off
to wait there
going here.
for weeks.
Yeah, we put off going to hell. We've had this scroll for months.
Underdark has been waiting with this content. We've been like, alright, okay, Ruffles isn't here. Okay, Ruffles isn't here. Okay, Ruffles is here, but now he's like, I'm trying to procrastinate. And I'm just like, but I didn't prep anything, you jackass.
Well, no, I mean we did have to handle the Swartfort stuff since we were there, and we just got it and get all that squared away.
Yep,
Don't
now we have our little acolytes.
yeah, we got our order of morons. All right. Well, I guess I'll take a look around. And do I see any cave entrances or anything on the
Sure.
rock face?
Make an investigation check.
So Spyglass help me at all with that?
Yes. So you start looking about, the ground crinkling like glass beneath your feet. And as you walk around the base of this volcano, kind of sighting on various locations of it, you discover not one entrance, but four. For the sake of my sanity, there's one to the northeast, the northwest, the southwest, and the southeast. All appear to lead in various degrees of straightness underground and towards the inner parts of the volcano. The northwest one seems to be the most like straight. In fact, the edges of it look like it was mined. There are natural caves to the northeast and to the southwest, and a crevasse to the southeast that leads deeper down.
Okay. Well, might as well knock on the front door. Let's take the mind tunnel.
Okay.
Unless somebody wants to take one of the other ones.
The what?
Do these
There's two
tunnels
natural
smell
cave
different?
entries.
No, they all smell vaguely of sulfur.
So there's two natural caves to the sides, a nice-ish mined entrance that has looks like stonework, and then there's a crevasse entrance in the back.
Mm.
So I was saying we just take the mined entrance and just go through the front door. I mean, they did all the work to mine it out. We might as well use it, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Hang on, I'm updating a map to give you.
No, all good.
A likely story.
How long is that thing?
How long is it?
Mm-hmm.
It is about a 50-foot long tunnel,
Mm.
kind of heading down, and you can see that it begins to open up. And as you approach the end of this tunnel, you realize that there are, in fact, what look to be mine tracks and carts to the northeast and the south of you, as well as various carved tunnels leading off to the east, north, and south.
Wait, the thought just occurred. There's a mining operation in hell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the religious hell.
I mean, it kind of is.
I mean, it is from the perspective of D&D's religion base. However, it's an entirely another plane of existence where demons and devils come from that are tortured souls. So, how do you think they get tortured?
Fire?
15
I don't fucking know.
tons.
Really bad poetry. read by a child who can't read with a lisp. And a terrible stutter.
But yeah, the air down here still smells like sulfur, though unlike the top, it's not quite as hard to see. The smoke doesn't seem to be penetrating down here. But it's still hot. And yeah.
So we came in from the top following the mine tracks?
You came in from the left.
The left, okay.
This was the northeast or northwest entrance on the mountain.
All right. Well, follow the mine tracks north then.
Okay. So there is actually, as you start going up there, you realize that it's a bit of a slope heading up that way, and the tracks to the south look to be heading downward. I don't know if that changes your approach.
Guess I'll ask Lucina what her opinion is.
Of?
Which direction do you think we should go? Down the tracks or up the tracks?
Sniff, sniff.
Smells the same.
Sulfur.
Up.
All right, up we go.
Okay. You follow the tracks going upward. At the intersection, you can see what looks to be a rough, mined out corridor leading to the left and heading up out of sight. Not up, but like northerly out of sight. The tracks continue to bend to the right. You can see they open up into a chamber with other entrances to it.
Hate mazes.
Perched at the top of it, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50.
A little bit away.
Well, like perched, like the track starts to level out. And perched at the top, you can see another mine cart. This one seems to be held in place with blocks that prevent it from going further down the slope.
When does it look like this was used last?
Make an insight check. You see some rust on the iron, but the state of it, and also the fact that there are like stones inside the cart on the track, would seem to imply that it has been used, probably within the past year, maybe even the last month.
They don't have the best of equipment in hell.
Clearly. Let's keep looking.
Yeah, let's keep following the tracks then. Go past the minecart that's on blocks.
Okay.
And I am just I am out front moving somewhat cautiously. Just like 10 feet. Not too worried about being stealthy, but I am worried about traps. Or, potential dangers that I would spot.
Okay. You have 60 feet of dark vision, right? Because this is all dark.
Yeah.
Should we turn on a light?
Just have the darks in the middle on blind duty.
All right.
Yeah, people without dark vision are just in the middle of the party, and we'll just do the rope and lead.
There's people without dark vision in this party? How?
Because not every race gets dark vision.
Okay, fair, but most do.
Yeah, as you follow the tracks, they continue upward at a gentle slope, leading to another larger chamber as they bend to the right. Rough-hewn passages can be seen ahead into the north, though you're staying at the entrance to this room, so your dark vision prevents you from really getting a good look at them. Another entrance that's kind of the tail end of some tracks that don't intersect with these are visible to the south.
All right. Let me take a quick look at the. So I'm standing right on top of the tracks right now. The metal the bars of the tracks are made out of. Is that just iron or is it hell steel or hell iron or whatever?
Do you have a proficiency with smithing tools?
No, just familiarity with devilly shit.
Fair enough. Make an Arcana check.
22.
This appears to be mundane iron.
Interesting. Okay. All right, proceed with the scouting. I'll keep following the tracks.
Okay. The tracks continue off to the right, and you're just following them, you said?
Yeah, I'm following the main tracks that we started with, not that one that doesn't connect.
Okay. So you follow that to the southeast. You can see that the off to your right, those train tracks that ended continue downward like a 15-foot wide shaft away from you. As you continue following these upward, eventually opening up into a 20-foot high room. Various methods of egress visible. As they come to an end.
All right.
I gotta step away for just a second.
All right. Take the southmost in the center. So the one that I can kind of like, if the tracks were to continue curving and going straight
okay.
down, basically. Yeah.
Sure.
Not going around the corner where it's that blind corner, but the one that actually I can see 20 feet of tunnel or 10
Yeah.
feet of tunnel.
All right, yeah, as you kind of step forward at the end of the track, your boot sinks in a little bit. As you realize the ground here has almost got like a silty texture to it. The squelching underneath kind of it gives you the impression of ground glass.
Ah. They found a soft spot and couldn't continue the tracks. All right. Well, I'll keep proceeding this way.
Okay.
Going the path that I indicated.
Sure. Yeah, it kind of bends and gets a little rougher. The ground portion of it kind of leveling out again back to rock after you leave the big open area. But after a bit of traversing down here, it comes to a rough end. Picks and other mining equipment left abandoned at the ends of these.
You know, I'm noticing these things kind of going towards the center.
Yeah, I've been ignoring those.
I think we might just want to check those out.
I was looking for the spine. I have the spine now. I'm just going to double back and start going for the ones that are going towards the center.
Excellent. I'd hate to do the entire circle of the mine and then forget that the middle exists.
What? Like, no party's ever done that before?
Uh-huh.
These squares make a circle.
But yeah, you're at these dead ends. Looks like there were miners, but not at the moment.
All right. Yeah. Sorry, I'm slowly stitching it together. Yeah, let's go back to that. So if we're going back the way that we came, I'll take the left.
Okay, so you start heading back. As you get within the sight of that kind of ground floor where there was kind of like this glassy silt, you can see the kind of like the trench left by the party as they walked through that area. You would also see, however, 4 other somewhat large divots on the ground that appear to be foot-shaped.
Oh, how interesting.
Off towards the there's like a pair immediately to the left of you as you kind of look there, and off to the right as well, kind of at the 2 entrances to your left and right. Though you don't see any that would indicate they're right in front of the rails. Of course, if there was any divots made, your party might have hidden them.
Okay. I kind of take a step back towards the party. Hey, Ifan. Turn on your sonar real quick.
Sure.
What do you
I
do?
turn on my sonar. Divine sense.
Ah. Well, this whole place is desecrated. And that's all you get.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No invisible bitches following us, though. Just to be safe, since it's not concentration, I'll pop a. Let's see. Do I have one? No, I should have one. Where the fuck is that list? Yeah, I do. I'll pop a see invisibility hour.
Okay. You cast See Invisibility. And you realize that those footprints, there's two creatures standing there, invisibly.
That's what I thought.
Kind of looking at you, and you can see them visibly breathing, but there is absolutely no sound coming from them.
And are they appearing to be just following us out of curiosity, or are they following us for a purpose?
Unclear.
Well, I mean, we're in hell. There's no good guys here.
Man, he's ugly.
So then I'll lean over to Lucina. So I found and see him undefined sense, but there's two dudes with clubs in here, and they're pretty fucking ugly. Then I'll point, kind of casually mention the directions that the footprints are in. Do they do anything while stopped here chit chatting with each other?
I mean, you can see their heads kind of turning to track you as you move about a little bit, but they haven't moved forward.
No aggressive movements.
Yeah, it's they appear to be observing.
Well, this feels like a trap.
Oh, this is most certainly a trap. What's our next move?
Spring the trap. My God, we let the memes determine what we do all too much.
Well, in that case, then I will let's see, what do I have?
Oh, by spring the trap, I don't mean pick a fight with them.
What do you mean then?
Keep going.
So, if I got this right, they're at the rail entrance, and then the other entrance to the right, not the one on the left that curves into the center. Where those where I can see them standing.
No. Let me post this. So those little two red ticks to the left and right of the trench you made walking through the silt, that's where they're standing. You guys are at the X. The trench you made is a squiggle.
Gotcha. Okay. Then if they're posted there as a well, don't go this way, then yeah, we'll just proceed back to the tracks and see how they respond. Like I'll look back to talk to the party and see if they do anything.
So yeah, as you start to walk past the guy in front of you, he waits till you Freeman get to like the end of the track, with probably Stein bringing up the rear, and then you see them in utter silence raise their clubs as if to begin attacking, and you guys should roll initiative.
Damn it.
Yeah, but we were expecting that.
No, I mean, I got a nat 20. And Mr. got a nat 20. God, I hate nat 20s on an ish.
I mean, you guys go first.
5% chance to
I
waste.
pointed out their positions, and we were kind of expecting it, and then I shouted.
All right, well, Stein, Freeman has indicated that the people you can't see are attacking. What do you do?
People I can't see? What do you mean people I can't see?
Well, Freeman's the only one who can see them.
I can't see invisibility.
Yeah, you can see like the divots in the silt where their feet are standing, but you can't see them themselves, nor are they making any sound.
Oh, great. Okay, well then as a bonus action, I'm gonna draw my rapier.
Okay.
A blade song.
Uh-huh.
I am going to cast as an action see invisibility
Uh-huh.
on myself.
Yep. Hey, you see these two ugly fuckers.
And then after that, I am then going to action surge, and I want one of them to make a charisma save, please.
You're casting a spell on them?
Yes.
Okay.
That is a fail.
Uh-huh.
Bye-bye.
Nope, he's still there.
Banishment didn't work?
Banishment did not work.
Would I have known banishment wouldn't work before that?
You would have had no reason to believe banishment wouldn't work. So unfortunately, that was some new information you just learned there.
So whatever these things are, they can't be banished. And I am done.
Hey, mister, can you make an Arcana check real quick? Okay, a 20 is perfect. You felt the magic take effect on them. You think that it's something in the environment that fucked with your spell. Just figured you should. I realize you should probably have that feedback if you're sufficiently arcane knowledgeable. So, Lucina.
Alrighty. So I cannot see these guys.
Nope. You just see the divots where Freeman just said they were standing.
Man, situations like this make me wish I had the fairy fire from the Helm of the Gods.
I could give it back after.
Let's see. You know what? I'll put a fire shield on myself. I'll make it fire shield cold.
Okay.
And I'll run into melee.
All right. As you run into melee, getting within 5 feet of him, everything goes utterly silent.
Oh no.
Your shield's still running. You're still moving. Just as when you get within melee, it all goes quiet.
Yep. Well, that's everything I can do.
All right. These guys. Well, let's see. So, mister, that guy you cast banishment on is just going to kind of stare at you, kind of narrowing his eyes as you feel a prickling in your mind. And I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Wait, he charisma'd me? Oh no.
He's not 5 feet within me, is he?
The enemy, no.
Okay.
Am I close enough to get the aura from the paladin?
Yes, you are within the aura of the paladin.
It's a +6, right? Or +5?
5.
Well, shit bird.
Oh dear. So you take 34 points of psychic damage, and your flesh begins to twist and bubble as if you are made of wax as you become deformed. While deformed, you are at half speed and have disadvantage on all ability, saving throw, and attacks that are based on strength or dexterity. You may repeat your saving throw whenever you finish a long rest.
Wait, what?
Every long rest, you get to repeat that saving throw.
Is this like a curse or something?
You can definitely feel magic working through you.
And a wick.
Like that was whatever that was. That's some type of weird ass magic. So it's a curse. It's some type of spell. You don't know, but it's something along those lines. It's not you like it's not like you don't feel it. So it's not like a disease or a poison or anything like that. Anyway, Freeman and Stein would also see him in utter silence raise up his club and just bring it down on top of Lucina.
Oh shit, Lucina.
Say, mister, your arms are slowly feeling stiff and metallic.
Does a 24 hit Lucina?
Yes.
Okay. So he smacks you right on top of the head for like 28 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ow.
As he is now partially visible, though translucent looking.
He takes 11 points of cold damage. And with my reaction, I need a dex save from him.
Does that require verbal components for that?
Nope.
Okay, because it's still quiet.
Yep. I believe my DC went up. Nope.
Okay.
So he failed that.
Mm-hmm.
So he takes 11 cold and then 5 lightning.
Alrighty. Anything else that happens as a result of that?
No, just that.
Okay, the other one. Freeman, he's going to be giving you that eye. And I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Alright. Am I in Paladin order?
Yeah. You guys probably maintain a fairly tight marching
Especially
path.
knowing that I wouldn't have marched ahead knowing that this
Right,
was,
that's what I mean. You're not in scout formation here. That is a pass, and as a result, you take 11 points of psychic damage and are not deformed.
Alright.
He then takes a silent step forward, raising his club and bringing it down on you from 15 feet away.
Oh my god.
Hey, he got some long arms.
He
Unga bunga
does.
Smash.
Does a 20 hit Freeman?
Am I in silence?
No.
Reaction shield.
Okay. You block his club then. That is it for them. Thumas.
Well.
So you,
So the one that's. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll say, let me be clear. That guy also became translucent when he attacked with the club.
Okay, gotcha. What and Lucina is with the one and he's silenced. Can I tell he's silenced?
Yeah, like you saw the him get hit, and no sound came out from that hit whatsoever.
Okay.
And then you saw like the flash of cold and lightning, and again, no sound.
Then I'm gonna go drunken ninja and basically spend a key point and take 4 attacks.
On the one by Lucina?
Yes.
Alright, as it all goes quiet. Roll to hit. Those will all hit him.
Excellent. And it is magical. All this.
All right. Well, he is hurt. Anything else?
That would be it.
All right. For Raymond.
So, I have one of these gentlemen standing in melee with me. I don't like that.
Well, he's 15 feet away from you.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He's a 15-foot reach.
uber long arms.
Oh, well,
Stab him in the
I've like this is a 20-foot high ceiling. These guys are basically huge creatures.
Ah, okay. They're
Sorry if
big.
that wasn't clear. Yes, they are big.
Yeah,
Big
that makes
boys.
more sense.
Like they're like you have to remember the dashes I put on the ground were to scale for their footprint
Ah, okay. I
of
didn't take that
10-foot
into
squares.
Okay. So what's between me and him, the guy that bobbed me?
Like 10 feet of open ground.
Okay.
That's it. There's really nothing between you two.
Well,
You basically just have to reach forward and smack you.
am I in his melee zone of zone of control?
He
for
hit you
ranged
and he
attack?
hasn't moved yet. Oh,
So
for
I can't
that.
make a ranged attack.
No, you can. That's people would have to be within 5 feet of you to impose that.
That's such a weird yeah, I don't know. I don't like that one. I always think it's the melee zone of control. Okay, well then I guess I'll well no, because he's in the silence, isn't he? Yeah. Because I can see him breathing, but I can't hear him.
Correct. By the way, the hit on you actually did make sound. Like there was a big crash and a thud.
Yeah. I'll just I don't have a whole lot of damage spells. I'll just take a crossbow shot at him.
All right, roll to hit.
Just a regular bolt.
Okay. That is a hit.
You don't have piercer.
All right. You have
36.
injured him. As your bolt tears through his flesh.
Did it appear particularly non-effective?
No, it looked like it did normal damage.
Oh, cool.
Based on the fact that they are, bleeding, like, you did draw blood, you don't think these guys are fiends. Though they certainly look like they've been cursed by some.
Yeah, they're probably humans on their way to becoming fiends.
Actually, if they're giant, they might be giants.
No, yeah, fair point. Anyway, that's it for me.
All right. Ipfon.
Uh-huh.
What would you like to do as you see these translucent guys?
Oh, they're translucent now. Okay,
Yes.
better. Effectively, I can see them and attack them without having disadvantage now? Yes
Correct.
or no? Okay. Bonus action, turn my lightsaber on.
Okay.
So the whole area basically gets lit up.
Uh-huh. Ground glittering as if coated in glass.
Yeah, I guess I'll... can I tell how bad they look?
They look to be slightly injured.
Mm-hmm. Slightly injured, okay. Okay, I'll go to the whichever one is closest, I guess, and attack.
That would be the one with Lucina and Thumis. As you get into melee, everything goes quiet.
Mm-hmm. Just 1 sec. That's how you do it.
That is 2 hits.
15 hits?
15 hits. They don't appear to be wearing any armor.
Damn.
And they're big, non-dexterous dudes.
Okay. Are these things classified as undead or fiend?
No.
Okay. I'll be smiting 4th level. I think
All right.
that's 5d8 for smite. Plus weapon. I'll do two 4th levels, so altogether 12d8?
Okay. Sounds reasonable.
Think so. 4th level 5d8 plus weapon damage, times that by 2. Oh, plus the fucking other thing. Yeah, I think that's it. 63 radiant damage.
All right. He is bloodied.
Good to hear.
Anything else?
Checking. Nah. That's it.
All right. Stein.
Stein is really upset right now. This thing has. I don't know what it's done to Stein, but Stein is not happy.
He's deformed you. Twisted your flesh like it's made of wax.
He's made your outsides look like your insides. And I mean your metaphorical, spiritual insides.
How far? You know what? How many of them? How many allies are in melee with this thing?
3.
3. Okay. And it's got an aura of silence around it, right?
Yeah, you hear no sound coming from your allies or him.
All right. I am going to just. I'm not going into melee because just shit. I don't know what the fuck the hell. I guess I'll just shoot it. I suppose.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Kind of spell. I guess firebolt would be fine. I suppose. Yeah. I don't know what else I'm doing right now. I'm configurated. He's done turned me all twisted up, and so I'm firebolting.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Yeah. Would I roll that at disadvantage?
Why?
Okay.
The only ability checks, saving throws, and attacks that you need to roll at disadvantage are based on strength or dexterity.
Ah, gotcha.
So your spellcasting is unaffected by it.
What are you casting?
He cast Firebolt. Unfortunately, a 13 does miss.
Yeah, I missed. I'm done.
Okay. Lucina. It's all very quiet.
And I can see both of them?
Yes, they are translucent.
Okay. Who looks the most injured?
The one in front of you is bloodied. The other one is just slightly injured. You are in melee with the bloodied one.
All right. I will hit him in the kneecap with my adamantine warhammer.
Okay. Roll to hit. You fail.
And I walk away, going back to the party.
Do you have mobile?
No.
Well, if you walk...
Uh-huh.
Well,
Do
that's... Okay.
Hit me.
I mean,
Hit me.
he waits till
See
you're
what
like
happens.
15 feet away, and then, yeah, he hits you.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Come on, you big ugly fucker. Hit me. Hit me.
Does a 19 hit you?
No.
Okay. He missed.
He should be really stupid and bad.
He kind of does, yeah.
Am I out of the silence?
Yeah, it's, like the sign's only 5 feet around.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh. Well, good to know.
Yeah, literally that's why I mentioned like when you get into melee with him, because that's how close you had to get before you were in it.
Alrighty. That'll be my shtick.
Okay. These guys. Well, Ipfon, that guy did not like your sword, so he's going to hit you with his club twice.
Mm-hmm.
Does a 19 hit you?
No.
All right. Does that require you to cast shield?
Nope.
Cool. The other guy, he's going to come forward and he's going to try to grapple Freeman. Freeman, he is...
He's gonna do what?
He's attempting to grapple you. You can defend yourself with athletics or acrobatics, but you are at disadvantage due to the size difference.
Are you trying to wrestle a bugbear?
Scroll up, Mikhail, you can see the picture I posted of what these guys look like.
Yep.
Oh,
You should recognize it.
I'm drunk right now.
Oh.
I went to a Christmas party.
I see. Under.
Yes,
I have reliable talent.
indeed. So that's 21, isn't it?
Yes. That's why I was laughing when you said I had disadvantage. I was like, okay.
Well, it means that things like that 12 wouldn't apply. He's going to try again with his other attack.
All right.
What are you wrestling?
Well, defense wins ties, so you succeed in evading.
Yep. Yeah, it wouldn't matter.
I didn't know what your mod was, so...
Plus 11.
All right, Thumas. Oh, by the way, he's now in melee with up 5 feet within 5 feet of you, Freeman. He got right up close to you, so it's all quiet for you.
He came and
Thumas.
gave me a hug.
Super weird question. But Mage Slayer wouldn't have anything to help with this silence, would it?
Would not do anything, no.
Okay. Well then, punch. I'll burn another key point.
Okay. Yeah, as long as you don't need to speak to do that, you can absolutely keep doing that.
I don't.
Yeah, I would explicitly say you needed it. Otherwise, the monk stuff can just happen. Three hits.
I see what you're wrestling. Is that a knoll? What is that thing?
Well, it looks like it's some type of deformed giant with a big club.
Wait. Or saving throw. Oh, I can't do it on damage die. But let me see if I have anything for the one. Thought I did. Thought I could reroll something for a key point.
Anything else?
No, I'm not fast enough.
Okay. Well, he does look to be near death now. Freeman. This guy got up close and personal.
Yeah. I'm gonna stab him.
Okay. Roll to hit. Yep.
This is gonna hurt.
Probably.
Um, 47. The 3d12 is necrotic.
Okay. Well, he is now bloodied. The necrotic looks like it did full damage.
Excellent. Even better. All right, that's it.
All right, Ipvan.
I am eating 1 second.
He begins choking in the middle of combat, his lungs seizing for breath as he falls unconscious.
Okay, I'm here. The guy I was fighting, is he dead?
No, he's near death, but he's still alive.
How the fuck? Okay.
Look, they have like no armor and no resistances, but they got a lot of hit points. They're big chunky meat sacks.
They're giants. They have a lot of HP. Don't waste smites on them, though. Just cut them down.
Yep.
2 hits.
I'll just do regular weapon damage. ×2.
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, and as you hit him with that second blow, he shatters into glass-like flakes of dust, which you hear kind of like with almost like a soft crinkling sound just falling on the ground, adding more to the silt.
I hear this?
Yes, when he exploded on that second hit, the silence field went away.
Oh yeah.
Anything else?
How far is the other guy?
The other guy is 20 feet from you.
Okay. Don't think he could get me with anything. So, bonus action, Shield of Faith on myself.
Okay.
That's it.
Alrighty, Stein.
So one of them's dead, right?
Yes, he got turned to powder.
I guess I'm gonna blast the other one.
All right, roll to hit. That will hit him.
Fire damage.
All right.
22 points of fire damage.
Indeed, he is more severely injured. Anything else?
I don't think so. Yeah, no. No, I'm done.
All right. Lucina, you can hear again.
And I can see.
You never lost sight, as far as I know.
I, I don't know why I asked that.
Do you put out your own eyes?
No.
Figuring that you're in hell, so you don't need eyes to see anymore?
No, I already did that to you guys on Monday. I don't need to do that tonight. Who's most fucked up looking one?
Well, the one that's still alive, it's severely injured, but it's still there.
All right. We'll make a parody of David and Goliath. We'll call it Lucina and the Fomorian. Sling.
Okay, roll to hit. You missed.
Look, guys, it's been a while since I've used a weapon that didn't involve magic.
Anything else?
That's it.
All right. He's just going to glare down at you, Freeman. I need you to make a charisma save.
Is it Von Close?
No.
My insides go squishy.
No, they don't. He can only do that once per day. But you do take 28 points of psychic damage.
I mean, it tickles a little.
And then he tries to grapple you again.
That's cute.
Well, he fails. All right,
I
Thumas.
chuckle in dwarf. The fun thing is, if he did grapple me, I'd have advantage to get out of it.
How fucked up does this guy look?
He is past bloodied. He is severely injured.
Alright, fuck it. One more key point. Yeah. Let's just finish this guy off.
All right, you run to melee with him. Everything goes quiet. Two hits.
Shit. Fuck, I'll spend a key point and reroll one of those. Shit. Okay.
All right, he looks even more worse. Anything else?
No.
All right, Freeman.
Well, I think I'm gonna stab the guy.
Okay. Yeah, that hits him.
For 54 mixture of piercing and necrotic.
Indeed, as he shatters, little flakes of glass-like dust float to the ground. As you guys are out of initiative.
Wow. That
Oh,
was
thanks
at
for
least
putting me
several
melee.
points of damage.
I don't get to use that dagger often. It's always fun when it actually does full damage. Most of the shit we've been fighting, necrotic doesn't do anything, so I haven't used it. Well, shall we continue on the originally designated path on the left? The one that goes to the center, not the tracks.
Yeah.
So which way are you going?
Where the big boy was standing on the left.
Ah, okay. So you start heading down that left path away from the tracks. I always make this mistake of using natural cavern walls. It's a pain to map. To reveal, I mean.
It is. I had to get really good at like eyeballing which size eraser tool to use, and then hoping it works.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it loops around and ends in a dead end. The center depression is a pool filled with what looks to be standing water. On the opposite side, like at the far wall, like at the dead end itself, you can see two sacks, each about the size of a person, kind of leaned up against the wall.
Anything on see invisibility?
Nope.
All right. I'll take a look at the sacks.
Okay. As you walk around the edge of this pool, you can see that there look to be bones at the bottom of it. From you would recognize them, Freeman, as dwarf bones.
Stick a finger in the water and see if it's hot. I mean, we're in a volcano. I'd expect it to be hot. If it's not, then it's concerning.
I mean, it's hot, yeah, not like, boiling, but it is not a refreshing, cool pool, no.
No, it's like a lukewarm bath, probably.
A little bit more like a hot tub, like temperature.
Ooh. Hey, Mister, hop in.
No, we're not doing a jacuzzi. No,
Well, no,
beach
he's made of
episode.
wax right now.
I am not.
I don't think he's
happy
made of
about it.
wax. His body is just melted as if it were.
I have some kind of curse on me.
What's
Uh-huh.
your name, Larry?
I mean, it would be something if we had someone in our party that was good at taking care of curses.
Yeah, wouldn't it be something if the wizard used remove curse?
Wait. Oh, I don't. Hold, please.
My God, Lucina and I couldn't possibly be getting any more smug.
I don't know. Remove curse.
Are you sure about that? You keep saying how you know all first, second, third, and fourth level spells.
As a wizard,
Remove-
Gilbert. That is not a wizard spell.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Wait.
Remove curse is
Mister.
on the wizard spell list. It's a 3rd level spell.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it is.
The real question is, did he prepare it this morning?
Probably not.
What spells of third level did you prepare, mister?
3rd level.
Yeah.
I got fireball, fly, haste, and thunderstorm.
Might I suggest if we take another rest that you prepare dispel magic and remove curse?
Yeah.
I have dispel magic scrolls.
I mean, yeah.
Mister, you want it done now or later?
What?
Remove curse.
Now, if you know it, Mr. Paladin.
Okay. I cast remove curse.
Oh, hey, someone came prepared. Yeah, you cast remove curse. His body takes on a waxy disposition and reverts to its original shape.
I don't see any difference.
You are no longer deformed.
Thank you.
So Freeman, you said you were approaching these sacks?
Yep.
Okay. Well, you have approached them and nothing has happened.
Are they tied or
Yes.
sewn shut? All right. If they're tied, I'll untie them.
Okay. You untie them. Inside, you see various destroyed bits of like backpacks and armor, pieces of what appear to have been a wooden rocking chair at one point, as well as a bunch of currency, a rusty iron rowboat with no oars, and 13 chunks of yellow quartz worth 50 gold each. Here's the currency breakdown. It's about 4,000 coins.
15 quartz, you said?
13 pieces of quartz worth 50 gold each.
Ah, that's where I was hearing the 5. All right, thank you.
And a rusty iron rowboat that weighs 30 pounds.
Hey, mister, do you have fabricate prepared?
That's a 3rd level spell, yes.
4th.
4th level spell?
5th, I believe, actually.
Oh, yeah, it's 5th.
No, it is 4th. I just checked. I was wrong.
Okay, yeah, it is 4th. Yeah, because the reason I said 4th is because I was just looking at it from when we were talking about building the barracks.
Yeah.
Can you fabricate the iron rowboat into a cube?
Sure.
Do you want to burn a 4th level spell slot? Is what I'm asking.
Oh, well, I don't mind. Yeah, sure. I
Just
used
condense it.
mostly that time, so yeah.
Just condense it to make it easier to put in the portable hole.
All right.
Yeah,
That
you
way
can
it doesn't
condense it down to a 30-pound cube of iron.
Got that, Gilbert?
I do not. What am I adding?
30-pound cube of iron. I figured for Pete,
Okay.
he could throw it at people. I'm sure he'll have fun with that.
All right.
And yeah, so we spend time fabricating, and then we'll go back the way we came and go across. Then we'll go back down the tracks. We'll continue exploring, and since we're down here, get all the dead ends out of the way.
Okay. You ignore the tracks and you continue down. You're going to the northeast or just the east?
Northeast, and just go straight
Okay.
across.
Well, there the tunnel splits and then rejoins the far end, where you can see a rock face with old-looking mining equipment propped up against it. But otherwise appears to be a dead end.
All right.
So you guys are at this dead end.
Yeah, I was just transferring on the coin. Sorry. All right. Oh, nothing interesting here. Back the other tunnel then, east.
All right. The east tunnel widens and then narrows and kind of begins a winding journey, which you note begins to head slightly upward. And after about 150 feet, you emerge back outside as you realize you've now come out of the northeastern entrance you had found.
Ah, good to know. Well, then back to let's go back to that other set of well, actually no, there's that other exterior, probably just nothing. So yeah, let's go back to the other tracks that descend. The T that doesn't join up with this set of tracks that we crossed over.
That one in the upper left of that image.
Yep.
All right.
That'd be the one.
Yeah, so you head back down, leaving more footprints through the sandy glass silt floor, getting to the tracks, and begin following their gentle slope down. Ahead, you see them begin to curve to the left, and off to your left, a set of tracks that ends but continues to head downward. You're going down?
Yeah.
Okay. As you reveal more of this tunnel, you realize that there are several openings nearby, one of which you think goes off to the right and meets up with a different tunnel you've already been down. But the others, unknown.
Unknown.
Well, they go to parts unknown.
Ah, others. Okay, I thought you said other.
Nope. There's a bunch of different entrances off here. I'm basically pausing here to say, here's what you see as it's revealed. You tell me
Okay.
what you want to do.
Let's go to the that first one on the left, or the one that most likely circles back around.
Okay. So you go to the one at the left. More of the tunnels are revealed. The train track continues down and down. Off to your left, though, you notice that after about 15 feet of the rough corridor, it looks to open up into a rather, an area that was carved not so roughly, as if it was smoothed afterward. And you can see a corridor on the other side of this room, which goes about 10 feet before turning to the south. So it transitions from rough stone to what looks to be smoothed, like mined. It wasn't built. This isn't masonry, but it's smoothed out stone.
I think we should check out that northwestbound mine corridor before we go eastbound.
All right. Well, after I poke my head in there, then I'll poke my head in the other hallway.
The northwest one?
Yeah.
Well, that leads back to that area with the minecarts.
Okay. Then I'll proceed into the what?
I meant the other one.
What?
The one by the minecart on image 2 from the bottom.
What?
Okay. The image posted before the one at 11:20. Do you see how there's a minecart?
11:19
Yes. Do you see the corridor that goes northwest?
northwest. The one that goes back to where we came from?
No.
Here, hold on.
Yeah, that's
Gilbert, I just want to make sure you're talking about this.
Yes.
yeah, that's what I was talking about just now under.
Yeah.
Ah, sorry, you guys were talking about the northwest, and I thought you meant that first one that actually goes northwest.
Ah, I gotcha. We had a rock, paper, scissors of miscommunication,
All good.
and we
It's fine.
all lost.
Yeah, so you can see that that looks to be like more rough stone. It also continues off to the northwest with an opening that looks to turn and continue following parallel to the tracks to the southwest. And I just butchered that entire description.
Man, really, a slaughterhouse. What was it? Slaughterhouse 9 to that description. Sorry. So that looks like a southwest corridor and a northeast section.
Yes.
Well, let's peek our heads down southwest and then up northeast.
All right. So to the southwest, it looks like it goes about 30 feet, turning to the northwest. The northeast, again, ending in a dead end with mining equipment added.
So you said northeast dead end. All right, I see. Poopaloos? All right. I guess we should look at that northwest corner.
Okay. You head to that northwest corner. And there you see the corridor widen out a bit into what you could almost call a small chamber before narrowing back down to more rough terrain. And you can just make out the edge of a minecart that looks familiar to you. The small chamber, however, does seem to still have some of that dusty glass floor, similar to that silt you saw before.
Alrighty. Well then, Freeman, shall we just head into the more worked stone corridor?
Sounds good.
All right. Let's do it. We head back to the worked stone corridor.
All right. Yeah, you head down it, which is a 10-foot high, smoothed out room containing rusty iron helmets, picks, hammers, and batons on stone shelves carved along the north and south walls.
How big is the room?
20 by 30.
Fuck it, divine sense. I got plenty of these.
The equipment isn't desecrated, but everything else in the environment is. Like all the walls, the floors, the ceiling.
Equipment is completely fine.
I get
Everything
a
else
feeling
is
maybe this island was translocated here.
Hmm?
Perhaps the island was translocated.
I don't know what that
used to
word
be on the
means.
material plane and was then dragged into hell.
Mm. I mean, maybe. Don't know how that's possible, but maybe.
Magic. The answer is always
Fair.
magic.
A board
Fair.
wizard.
Demons, deities,
The occult.
a couple of gnomes. They didn't even use magic, they just did it.
Just pick up the whole island and just bring it to hell.
No, of course they didn't pick it up. They did some gnome bullshit. All right. Freeman, would you like to take the lead and proceed down that corridor?
Hey, you were doing all right.
Yeah, but I tend to be less effective on point than you. But if you insist, I can go first.
I mean, we ain't exactly going, Splinter Cell infiltration here.
My concern would be more traps as Lucina takes a step forward, tempting fate.
Side note, should my sword be on full brightness or not?
Just keep it ignited.
I was gonna say, yeah, we ain't hiding. Don't have to worry about being stealthy. You might as well turn it on and keep it on. That way you don't have to waste the bonus action.
Yeah, we've got a fucking devotion paladin in power armor.
I meant
a
more
rogue,
like
a wizard, and basically a walking hurricane. Like nothing about us is stealthy. Let's proceed.
I meant more
Okay.
like the brightness, as in so we could see in color.
Yeah, keep it on.
Mhm.
It's an action to extend it so it's 60 feet.
Okay.
Do it.
Okay. Sword is extra bright now.
Excellent. As Lucina walks around the corner and sees 20 feet to the south a closed stone door. A pile of that glass-like silty dust piled up in front of it.
Ipvon, could you get the door for me?
Are you asking me to open the door, or are you asking me to destroy the door?
I'm asking you to open the door for me.
Okay. I opened the door.
All right, the door swings open, revealing a 10-foot-high room constructed out of smoothed stone. But and you can see, slabs kind of carved out of the walls as if places to lay your head. The opposite side of the room, another closed stone door. But those aren't what's important. What's important is that there's these 4 floating bags with milky white eyes and eye stalks. And you guys should roll initiative.
Fuck.
Haha, Under, you did slightly worse than me.
Yes.
You said 4 of them?
Yes.
Ah, you tempt me to cause them all to pop.
Yes. Freeman, you gonna roll initiative, or are you running away?
I think he might be running away.
All right, Stein, what do you do?
There's 4 of them.
Uh-huh. In a 30 by 40 foot room.
How many can I hit in a 30-foot sphere? I think it's 30 foot.
All 4 of them.
Good. Then that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Fireball.
Ah.
Boom.
Uh-huh. I think they all failed, didn't they?
Yes, they all failed. 28 points of fire damage.
Very nice. As you smell the sickly odor of burning flesh.
Yeah. Then bonus action to draw my rapier and interblade song and done.
Okay. Freeman.
Well, I think I'm gonna shoot one.
Aha.
Oh, so original.
Indeed. Aha.
A little bit of spicy thunder for him.
Indeed. You can hear the thunder echoing up and down these hard stone corridors. That one is now bloodied.
Excellent.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, Lucina.
All right. How fucked up are they?
There are 4. 3 are injured. 1 is bloodied.
Anyone in melee?
No.
All right. Boop, 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 boop. Here it is. Cone of Cold.
Aha. It's a con save. Yeah. Okay.
One pass.
Damn.
How's 35 doing?
Checking. So, the one that was bloodied is kind of freezes solid, and it was floating in the air and just kind of falls to the ground and shatters. It's very dead. The other two that failed, they are now bloodied. But the one that passed is still just injured.
All right. I want to make sure I'm at Ipfon Zora.
Uh-huh. But you're still in front?
No, I'm going to move in Ipfon Zora.
Yes, but his aura also protects in front of him. You were in front. I'm asking you if you were going behind him or you're staying in the front rank.
No, I'm going to get behind Ipfon.
Okay. So you get behind Ipfon. As these guys shoot beams of light at the guy in front, which is now Ipfon. Ipfon, I need you to make a dex save.
Dick. How far is the creature?
That is 10.
Not within 5
20...
feet.
No, not within 5 feet. It's like 25 feet away from you.
Okay. Is it against poison?
No, it's a dex save versus disintegration.
Oh! Okay. What the fuck is my dex for saves? I never do this. Okay, it's just a 2.
Oh dear. You take 43 points of force damage.
Okay.
And then another beam. I need another dex save from you.
Man, it's a good thing
Fuck.
Under didn't include the plus 40 on that.
Okay, hold on. 43 damage for the first one you said?
Yes, and then I need you to make another dex save.
Okay. Yep.
That one passed, and you dodged it. And then I need another
yeah.
dex save for the third one.
How many of these guys are there?
Well, he killed one, so there's 3.
Okay, that makes more sense.
As you get caught with another one, taking 46 more points of force damage.
I'm
How many
still
are
good.
there? Enough.
All right, Ipfon, it is your turn.
1 sec. Calculating damage because of temp HP from the fucking armor.
Uh-huh.
46?
Yes, 43 and 46.
Okay, 43, 46. Okay. How high up are they?
The room only has a 10-foot ceiling, so they're only like 3 feet off the ground.
Hmm.
Hey, Burger's here. We're fighting some squishy eyeballs.
Okay. How far?
The
25 feet?
closest one is 25 feet.
Yeah. No, fuck that guy. Walking up.
All right, you walk up to him.
Actually, how long has it been since... How long is that? Let me check. Has it been 10 minutes since the last fight?
Yes.
Okay. Then bonus action, Shield of Faith again, and then I attack.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Uh-huh.
2 hits.
Ooh. I think I'm gonna smite. These guys can do disintegrate. I'm gonna smite. I
Okay.
don't like disintegrate.
These
Never
guys
liked it.
are undead.
They're undead?
Yeah, this guy's undead.
Don't go
Yeah,
crazy.
No, I won't go crazy.
They're undead beholders. You don't have to nuke them. That's what he's saying by don't go crazy.
Yeah, save
Yeah.
that for the living beholder behind the door.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Level
They had to come from
15,
somewhere.
Right.
We'll do 2 level 2s. So, okay, let's calculate this. 3d8 plus weapon d8 plus improved divine smite plus extra thing from Sunblade 678.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
Seems reasonable. Roll them separately if you would, please.
Okay. No problemo.
Alrighty.
All radiant.
Ah. Yes, he is cut in half with your second strike, dying.
Ooh. Oh, hell yeah.
Anything else?
Does it turn to dust like all the other things we fought?
No, it's a sack of two halves of like a soggy, rotten meatball that have fallen to the ground, oozing out onto the smooth stone floor.
Yeah, okay. I'll get near the party.
Alright.
So everyone's in my aura.
Sure, you back up to the rest of the party?
Just in case.
Yep. Teresa.
So how many enemies are there?
You can see 2 of these beholder with milky white eyes in the room. Both appear to be injured. One is bloodied.
All right. I'll take sharpshooter shots at that bloodied one. Let's do these one at a time in case it dies.
Miss. Miss.
Yes.
Hit.
18 for damage. 16. Does 16 kill it?
No.
Alright. Action surge.
Okay.
Miss.
Miss. Miss.
Well, miss. I'll make this one a regular.
Hit.
And 8 plus. Probably could attack before it did this with us on after a hit for arcane shots. After an attack hits. Alright. What are my options? These are undead.
Very much so. They're very clearly zombified beholders.
Alright. I'll make this one a shadow arrow then. So that is a, if the damage doesn't kill it, the 2d6 is psychic. There's a wisdom save if it doesn't die from that.
It has not died.
Alright, wisdom save. On a fail, it can't see anything beyond 5 feet until the end of my next turn. 18, I think, is the DC.
So it passed. All right. Anything else?
That's it for me.
All right. Stein. There's one that looks
I'm
maybe
going-
near death and the other that is just injured.
Can I hit them both with a fireball?
Yes.
Then that's what I'm going. Will I catch any allies?
No, he backed up.
Okay, good. Then let me do that again. That is a fail.
Indeed.
$28 points of fire damage.
All right. So the one that was near death is kind of turned to charcoal. The other one looks to now be bloodied.
And I'm done.
All right. Freeman.
I think I'm gonna shoot one.
You mean the single enemy remaining? Okay.
Well, I mean, could I go up and stab him? But
You could, yes. Do you want to?
Considering he's undead and I do necrotic damage, I think I'll shoot him.
All right. That hits.
Generally speaking, Ruffles, it's a higher undead thing to resist it.
Eh. Boom.
It just sort of deflates as it falls to the ground. They're all dead. You guys are out of initiative. The room looking a bit like a charnel house. But there is a closed stone door at the far side of the room.
Sounds like we should proceed. Actually, wait, how are we doing on health?
Barely damaged.
Did you get hit by disintegrate
I got
twice?
tickled by one of the big guys.
I have the armor thing, shield 50.
Gotcha. Alrighty.
So I didn't get hit that much. A little bit, but not that bad.
Alrighty. Guess we'll proceed then.
Okay, so what are you doing? I didn't hear you take an action. I was asking what you're doing.
Well, there's a door, right?
Yes.
Ipfon, get the door, please.
Sure, why not? I open the door.
All right, you open the door, revealing a 30-foot wide, 50-foot deep room. 2 other closed doors and an open corridor lead away from it. You can see a vaulted ceiling 15 feet above you, and a 25-foot long stone table in the middle of the room, flanked by 2 equally long stone benches. The table is covered in dust. Not like the glass dust you've seen before, but more like the hasn't been used in a while dust. A stone hutch sits against the west wall.
What's the thing made of again? Stone?
Yes.
A stone table. Is
Yes.
that common in medieval times?
No.
Stone tables so far in this campaign have been relatively common.
So in medieval times they were uncommon. However, they didn't have actual dwarves in medieval times.
Mm.
It's a kind of a staple of dwarven architecture to make your tables out of stone.
Oh, right, and the dead dwarf body earlier, yeah. So, what, working theory, dwarven mining place that's been transported to hell?
Most likely, considering the number of dwarven bodies that I seen earlier.
Practically speaking, though, it doesn't much matter why it's in hell. Only that we need to eliminate a problem.
So, which way are we going?
I'm going to be honest. The trap that keeps being indicated keeps, like, getting me every time.
It's a mental trap for the players.
Well, we should first check out the closed door on the right, and then the open passageway on the right, and then the closed door on the left.
Gilbert, I just picture them as I-beams that are very inconveniently placed. They're for structure.
Of course, how could I be so silly?
Okay, so you approach that first door to the right. It also appears to be made out of stone.
I open it.
All right, it opens, revealing a 30-foot wide, 40-foot long kitchen. 15 feet high, the room smells of cheap spices, and a large fireplace dominates the west wall. A bed of hot coals fills the hearth with smoke and orange light, and suspended above them is a covered iron cauldron. You see an old, hunchback dwarf wearing a dusty gray sack for clothes, slowly stirring the cauldron with an iron spoon, his back to you. You do not see him having any weapons or armor on you. As the door grinds open, you hear this dry, aged voice. The stew will be ready when it is ready. If I am not left to my devices of making it, there shall be none for you.
And we leave.
Okay. You said that just in common.
Actually, he would have said that in Dwarvish.
Good thing. Two of us speak Dwarvish.
Do you speak Dwarvish?
And more
Yes.
than two.
Ah, excellent.
Speak common, Dwarvish, and Orc. That's the only languages I know.
I speak Gnomish, Dwarvish, Sylvan, Elvish, Infernal, Celestial, Undercommon, Common, Draconic.
So when
Yeah.
you don't immediately just close the door, you hear him call out again. My eyes are clouded, my back broken, my muscles aged, but my ears and my nose work just fine. Test not my resolve.
And we leave.
I can't tell if you're actually joking or you want to actually just leave.
Ipfon's the one who's standing in the doorway, so he's the one who would have to do something if you guys want to close that door.
Okay, first I say, are you okay in Dwarvish?
He kind of taps the spoon on the cauldron. And as he turns around, you can see his eyes are clouded, almost like he can't see, but he points it unerringly at you. That is the last straw. There will be no soup for you. Now be gone.
Insight check.
Sure, make an insight check.
That's my insight, I don't remember. Okay, not that bad.
He seems to be incredibly serious. He will not be giving you any stew.
I speak in Dwarvish. I don't. That's fine with me. You know where
Out!
you are?
Out,
We
I
should
say!
go.
What'd you say, Under?
He cuts you off, saying, Out! Out, I say!
Okay, okay. Okay. I close the door.
Okay.
Okay, so there's at least one dwarf who is grumpy, alive, somehow. Probably check the other doors, maybe see if there's any more.
Okay. So you turn to the party as those of you with a passive perception of greater than 15, so 16 or higher, would
Okay.
hear the sound of metal on stone, like Greaves walking coming from the southwest, getting closer and closer.
Guys, back up, back up.
Okay. Why?
Other side of the door, right under.
You could back up to the room that has all the dead beholders. Yes.
Yes. We do so.
I also back up confusedly because I don't have a high enough perception.
As you see to the south, Lucina, having backed everybody up into their room, two dwarves enter that room wearing scale mail and having almost like a veil that kind of covers their face. Are you like trying to hide?
Yes.
Then at this point, I will need everyone to make a stealth check, as you guys are hiding behind that door.
You know, I kind of don't want to.
Are we in the aura of the paladin?
This
Pay
is a
attention,
stealth
mister.
check.
How would the Paladin Order help with your stealth check?
Oh, I don't know.
26.
Should I? I have a terrible fucking.
Just roll it.
Okay.
I mean,
Still,
Lucina
the
already tripped
answer-
over the bucket behind the door.
The answer, regardless of whether or not you should, is yes. Always roll if you're given the option to roll.
Lucina's done fail anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Well, this is true. It would mean that they're aware of one person, not 6. 5. Okay.
And he's a paladin.
Yeah. Look. He could have rolled double nat 20s and gone super stealth commando. Gilbert did it once.
As you hear a voice in Dwarvish call out from the other side of the door, kind of almost faintly because it's a stone door, it kind of muffles the sound a bit. You hear him call out, "All right, I know you're there. Come out, and we can discuss things like civilized people."
okay.
Who's the one that
Hold
did
on,
it?
hold on.
What?
Lucina's going to try to make herself sound as like a gruff dwarf. I can't. The cook says that if he sees me, I don't get any soup.
Make a performance check.
Alrighty.
You hear a response. "Who is that? The cook's blind, as you damn well know. He ain't seeing shit. Now come out of there. Quickly, before the beholders see you. They aren't going to distinguish between friend or foe."
The beholders aren't in here.
You hear lots of dwarven swearing. It
Just saying
continues.
the most abhorrent things.
What under?
It continues. Like 30 seconds pass. That guy is still swearing, just in that room, just cursing constantly.
Yeah, if he's actually Dwarvish, it'll go on for at least 20 minutes.
Alrighty. I'll let you get that out of your system. I'll go look for him.
Yeah. You go look for him. And don't return until you find them. Voltaga will be very displeased if they get lost again.
Under, how do you spell that name? Awesome. And Lucina's going to walk away. Leaving the sneaky party members over by the door to listen.
Well, I'm confused.
They don't know we're here. Swag.
They know I'm here. I fucking failed.
Swag. They think we're dwarves.
Pretty sure they've only seen me. I mean, they've heard you.
Swag. These two haven't seen us. They heard us in the other room. I then successfully tricked them into thinking we were dwarves. And that we were going to look for the beholders that were in this room. Now, our sneaky members like Freeman or Teresa can eavesdrop on anything they might be doing. We can gather intelligence now. Which is why those of us with clanky feet should walk this way. So that it sounds like we left.
Indeed. And those of you still at the door hear, in somewhat hushed voices, but still audible through the door, "Well, those morons are dead. Less mouths to feed and all that. Anyway, we should probably go tell Vault that some idiot let his beholders out. He's gonna be pissed. Yeah. Fortunately, it wasn't us this time. And you hear clanking feet on stone recede
Are
into
these-
the distance.
Are these dwarvish Beavis and Butthead? All right, we should proceed now. Under which way did they come from?
It sounds like they came from the southwest.
All right, we should check out the east.
Okay. Well, the east is another closed stone door.
Ipfon, if you'd be so kind. Ruffles, are
I'll
you still
just
here?
wear, like, body shield for now.
Yeah.
When did you think you weren't?
Okay, I open
paladin.
the door.
It's your job.
No,
The guy that
it's
can take
usually
the hardest hit
barbarian.
opens the door.
Protecting the poor, defenseless cleric from the horrors beyond.
I wouldn't say defenseless. I open the door.
You
I
open
open
the door!
and step to the side. So if I open the door, I don't see what's inside.
Okay.
Did you just fucking sidestep open that door so I'm the first one?
Yeah.
You cheeky fucker.
And disintegrate ray. No. No, it's a 10-foot wide hallway that looks to go about 80 feet before turning off to the right. 30 feet down the hallway, a stone door on the north.
Freeman, could you check out the room?
Sure.
So what are you guys doing? Having opened this door and revealed this hallway.
I believe Freeman is going to check it out.
The hallway? Okay. Well, make an investigation check then. As you begin scouring the smoothed stone hall.
Yeah, I just walk down it.
Okay. You just walk down it. Nothing happens. You get to the end. And there's your dark vision. You can see the corridor goes at least 60 feet in that direction.
All right. Back to the door then. The unopened one that I walked past.
Yep. It is a closed stone door.
All right. I open it up.
Okay, you open it up, revealing a room 30 feet wide, 20 feet deep, 10 feet tall. Thin, crumbling brick walls divide the northern part of this room into 3 stalls, each one tucked behind a rusty chain-link curtain that hangs limply from the ceiling. Cut into the floor of each stall is a small circular hole, about 3 inches in diameter.
Ah, the privy. So, this stonework, as I'm walking around in this area, this doesn't match the volcano.
It looks like it's been carved out of like the stone of the volcano.
Okay.
And then smoothed.
Okay. Well, the
It has a somewhat
bathroom-
obsidian look to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the privy is going to have the most time-consuming put into for stonework in the door. I'm gonna make a history check to see if I recognize the workmanship.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do a stone cutting check.
Mm-hmm.
Is there much of a difference between stone cutting and mason stools?
Yes.
Or like,
Yes.
Stone cutting is a
much?
special ability of dwarves.
mm,
Stone cutting is more about like the history of it, the architecture, the art. Masonry is more about the engineering and construction.
Oh,
Okay.
Also, they're saying stone cunning, not stone cutting.
Yes, with two N's, not two T's.
Sorry, it just
I
occurred to
don't-
me that that might be a possible cause of misunderstanding.
27.
So, Freeman, you are struck by the fact that these walls, like the rest of the walls you've seen in this smoothed zone, are just that, smoothed. They have no adornment, no etchings, no writings on them, which is extremely unusual for dwarven architecture. And as you look closer and closer at this, just because it's so puzzling, you begin to realize that there are, in fact, somewhat of depths to the stone. And you recognize that there are infernal and abyssal runes that appear to be carved into the very substance of the rock itself, though it leaves no physical trace, like the wall feels physically smooth.
Well,
And they kind of echo and burn in your mind as you look at them.
I speak Infernal and I have a plus 12 Arcana. What do they look like?
It's almost like they're runes of sealing, to keep something from leaving here.
Okay, which lines up with what we know Mechu E2.
Yeah. As part of that, you would also realize that it prevents interplanar travel of any kind while inside this area, like while inside the mountain. So, banishment, teleportation,
Plane shift.
plane shift,
Mm-hmm.
demiplane, and related type effects do not function within the volcano. This means that your portable hole and your bag of holding are inaccessible here.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you would have noticed that when you tried to loot that sack. Sorry, I
Yeah.
forgot to mention that.
Yep. No, it's all good. I mean, we have a stone soup, so I've never considered without portable hole whether we have carrying capacity. for
Right,
stuff.
right, but you would have noticed that those items were not functioning
Yes.
at that point, and I'm
Yeah.
sorry I forgot about that.
Well, I am super glad that I didn't go out trying to find a portable or a bag of holding for all my scrolls. I was
mean,
going
you
to
just
consider,
have to
hey, you
walk
think I could
outside.
just... What's that? Yeah,
You
yeah,
just
we just have to walk outside.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah, like you're pretty sure that, this looks to be like a part of this mountain that was part of why it was like brought here. Like as part of that process, the very stone itself was imbued with these properties. That's why it's desecrated, that's why it's vaguely magical.
Yep. All right. Well, in terms of the workmanship, and then my personal knowledge of history with demons and devils, was there ever an entire mountain that just disappeared in the history books?
Not that you are aware of.
Okay.
But it's also worth noting that
A lot of mountains that people aren't
there's a
aware
lot
in
of
general.
mountains that people literally were never aware of. I mean, they could have grabbed a mountain from some unknown island in the middle of buttfuck nowhere.
Yep, exactly. That's what I was getting at. But the fact that there's dwarven presence inside this that they don't appear to be I guess, aware of they're in hell?
I don't think that's what's happening.
What do you think? They're the guards?
I think they've been here too long.
Ah. Okay, well, anyway. Back down
This
the
is-
hallway.
Yeah, this is an island in hell with an imprisoned demon. They are
anyway.
all likely pawns of it.
All right. But yeah, as you
Back
guys
down the hallway.
set out from the privy and down the hall, I think that is where we will call it for this evening.